Раз, два, три.
Тема нашей панельной
The topic of our panel session is Women in Tech. The moderator for this session is the Beeline's Director for Communications, Елена Мусхинова. Good afternoon, dear friends. Thank you for this invitation and thank you for introducing us. I would like to welcome all participants of our session today. The next hour will be spent by us in discussions. We will discuss digitalization for the benefit of society. And my name is Елена Muskhinova. I am the head of the communications department at Beeline Kazakhstan. And my career track almost always focused on the technological progress. That's why I really love this topic and the topic of gender equality. I think that women are able not only to be part of technological progress, but can also be leaders of the progress if they so want or wish. The participants of our panel session today are already realizing their dreams. Let me introduce our panel experts. Dinara Shigova, she is the Vice Minister of Infrastructure Development of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Elmira Obri, she's the advisor to the chairperson of the management board of AIFC, and she is also an ambassador of Tech Women, and she is the founder of the Quant Programming School. Солнцева Екатерина Борисовна, she's the digitalization director at Rosatom, which is a state corporation. Asil Dusimbaeva, she is the director of JAT and RT project Upravdom Kazakhstan, and Zamtoch.ba. Asem Tajiyeva, she's the founder and CEO of Azim Platform. She's a co-founder of the Association for Promotion of Inclusive Society in Kazakhstan. She's the founder of ICT startup to inform and educate parents. We do not have a lot of time. That's why I suggest we move on to our topics and questions. My first question is for Dinara. In accordance with the instruction of the head of the government to debureaucratize the public administration, automation and other processes are taking place in state agencies. Can you tell us what priorities your agency has in line with this instruction of the president, and what digital projects are implemented in what sectors, and what impact and how they impact society and industries? Thank you very much for your question. I think the Ministry of Industry and Infrastructure Development is one of the largest ministry. 60% of the country's economy is sort of focused on our ministry. Land use, geology, transport, all types of transport, air, maritime, railway, road, construction, defense industry, manufacturing industries, everything is sort of the responsibility of our ministry. And there are a lot of business processes and functions that relate to state regulation, to control and supervision function. This needs to be reformatted, reviewed and transformed, and then digitalized. A lot of work has been done and was done last year in the area of land use. Together with the Ministry of Digital Development, a platform Kaznegdra was launched. On this platform now you can get access to all available land plots for land use. This was done for investors to attract them, and not only domestic investors, but also foreign investors. And also 2 public services were launched, and this is an unprecedented sort of experience. 30 years later, mining licenses and exploration licenses can be now obtained online. And so a large amount of work is being done right now. Our geologists published their preliminary reports, and you can take a look not only at available land plots, but you can also find various reports for this land plot as to what can be explored and mined on this land plot. Also, a lot has been done in transport. All permits are now available online, electronically. Now, those of you who were at the plenary session together with other countries, we are considering the issue of the exchange of foreign permit forms that are used by freight forwarders and that are exchanged by them between the countries. You need to have bills of lading and other documents. All of them are now available electronically. So now we want to exchange these documents with other countries electronically without any barriers, so that our transport and logistics potential could be really taken advantage of. And in the nearest 1 or 2 years, I think we will also see a lot of progress in construction. All housing that is built at the expense of the government, all construction works are now again available at ENG electronically. A lot of business processes were reviewed. Relevant legislation was amended. A new law actually was written for digital construction. Now, in this system, not only construction of housing is digitalized at the expense of the government, but also roads that are built right now, national roads. Almost 90% of all roads are now available. I mean, information about them is now available electronically. Almost everything is digitalized. Just to make sure you understand what I'm saying, this will impact the quality. So we have various types of supervision, and some people are not happy with the quality of our roads and with other things. So this technical supervision, according to our legislation, means that supervision should be conducted throughout the period of construction. So now technical supervision specialists are obligated to submit documents to the government, but some of our experts sometimes work on 2 land plots simultaneously. Sometimes they work on several land plots that are located in our country at the same time, and so this expert is not able to be present physically on these land plots at the same time, obviously, and that impacts the quality. So now that the thing has been streamlined, and hopefully this will impact the quality of construction and building positively. Also, we reviewed Yeshan project. This is something that will impact every citizen. We did a lot of preparation work. We have 51,000 residential houses. Each building should have a technical passport and other documents. So now I'm sure everybody is feeling this right now. We are about to transition to the Association of Property Owners system. And so now, for all 54,000 residential buildings, will be sort of part of our database. Right now, about 364,000 documents are already in the database, and by the end of this year, hopefully, almost 100% of all residential buildings, information about them will be available in the database, and each and every one of us will be able to get access to this information about any residential building. So everything will be digitalized. Also, as for roads, I've already mentioned that issue. I would like to say the following. When citizens are planning their trips, it's very challenging to understand and see which parts of which roads are completed or not and how much time you will need to travel. We negotiated with large service providers. We contacted Yandex, Google, and other companies. We wanted to do the following. Using open maps or publicly available maps, we want them to be finalized for our consumer, so as to have information about repair works and other construction works on those roads, since those are large foreign companies that are quite bureaucratic. So our local developers came up with this application, Sapar. It's available in Play Market so far. In the next month, it will be available in App Store. There, you will be able to plan ahead all your trips. You will see where you can pay for services, whether they are toll-free parts of those roads and not toll-free parts of those roads. So we're working with these developers that are very active, and hopefully on a monthly basis this application will be upgraded. I can talk a lot about what our ministry is doing, but if you're interested, we have a Telegram channel. You can subscribe to our channel and you will have access to all updates and news from our ministry on that channel. Thank you. I'm sure we will have time left to answer questions to our participants. The next speaker is Elmira Obri. Apart from active entrepreneurial and corporate career, you are also an ambassador of an international movement called Tech Women. Recently, you underwent training in the United States of America. Can you share with us in what countries Tech for Good program is being implemented, and can we in Kazakhstan sort of use these practices? Thank you very much. Foreign experts have a lot to share. I'll share my experience. I underwent training at Salesforce. It's a large foreign company, and they have this concept that consists of several points. I think that public goods should be authored by technological companies, and subjectively I think for that we need several factors. First of all, supporting environment. In the Silicon Valley, where I underwent training, many people think that there are a lot of startups there and other tech companies, but there are also like-minded people there that are kind to each other, and this is something that I would like to introduce. This concept, I would like to introduce it here in Kazakhstan, and I think it's a very important factor. And Mark Benioff founded this company in 1999, and he has two focus areas: profitability and charity. So this, people do not feel allergic to that. Here we have either charity organizations or commercial companies that generate profit. So this is part of the DNA of the company that he founded. And this concept led to the creation of this 111 global movement. Page 1%. So who are they? They think that 1% of the capital of the company and 1% of the company's product and 1% of all employees' time should be returned to the society for its benefit on a volunteer basis. I think this is a fantastic initiative, and many giants and companies from the SME sector now follow their example. Right now, this community has more than 10,000 companies from 100 countries globally, and we as Quant applied to them. They gave us their preliminary approval because we have many social projects. We focus on women, gender equality, and on concepts focusing on the benefits of society. The second concept that I really liked, and again I would like to share it with you, is role models. At the head of this movement were Olivia Khalili and Jennifer Tejada. Jennifer Tejada joined Salesforce in 2016. She was known for being a very significant expert who worked in large tech companies that were structured but not transparent for society. And so she identified a new approach. She asked this question: how do we benefit our customers? And so this laid the foundation for another project, which was an evolution of 111 per page. Page duty is another evolution stage of this movement. Capitalization now played a key role. Many companies took on these obligations to return this 1% of their sort of profit back to society by supporting various social initiatives. And the third point is financial independence. In 2019, another initiative appeared on the basis of this 111% company, PagerDuty. This is a company that was listed in 2019 at the New York Stock Exchange. And this is the only illustrative example in history whereby they were able to sort of reflect this in legislation, under which 1% of everybody's profit needed to be sort of returned to society for its benefit, which was a historical event. And now we have this unicorn that are who is the driver of all this movement. And there is another point, freedom of choice. So you can join this movement and become part of the global movement, and or perhaps have your own initiatives locally that will turn into unicorns, but most importantly that will benefit the society at large. All that, I think, is food for thought. This is individual responsibility of owners of a company, of its team, of society in general. This will also enable you to earn a lot of money and then return it, part of it, to society. I think this concept can become popular in the Kazakh market. If possible, please open my presentation. We applied to them, we submitted our application. We will go through the due diligence process. They will identify whether we comply with their requirements. And going forward, we are planning to devote 1% of our time and 1% of our profit, etc., to society. We were listed in the European League. We are ranked in the top 200 or European tech companies that may become unicorns in the nearest future. If we do that, then everybody will win. We'll be able to return our time and our money to society. Now we have this gender balance. We have achieved that balance. 48% of our participants are women, of our students. We would like to emphasize that we have our roots in the Silicon Valley, where all big tech companies are located. Apart from that, we have a large number of programs that we are announcing right now. And to mark this event, Digital Marty, we would like to invite everyone to join us and support our initiative. We are now having 60% of we're having 60% discounts on all of our programs and courses. I'm sorry for this advertisement for our company. So hopefully this will inspire you. We do a lot of work on quant and digital goods. So to continue the discussion that we're having right now, hopefully this will lead to the market reacting to this. Digital goods are projects that focus on healthcare, on supporting society, on education, and on any projects that will enable us to resolve social problems, maybe in the environment, in ESG, etc. So if you guys are interested, please join this movement, support us, because the responsibility for our future, for our good future, is actually on us. We are responsible for that. And if all of us, each of us, can make our own small contribution, that will lead to a lot of good, public good. I would like to urge everyone to do that. Thank you very much.
We would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Ekaterina. Always when we talk about the corporate segment, I remember about the digital transformation, and you are the head of the Department of Digitalization at Rosatom. What does it include? Not only application of the modern technologies for digitalization, but creation of the new products for the open market and development of the new digital technologies. Please tell us how within the framework of digitalization it is possible to join the interest of commercial entities, of huge industrial corporation with the solution of the public needs and objectives. Lena, thank you very much. Before starting my speech, I'd like to ask our participants and guests, can you hear us there in the back? Okay, thank you very much. The acoustic is working in such a way that we cannot hear each other very well, and it is important for us to understand that you all can hear us. You can come closer to the floor if you wish. I'd like to share my vision in general about connection of the commercial approach and social approach. I think they do not exist without each other. And when Elmira said that as a rule it is separated, I don't see it like this. We should have some dispute on that, I guess. Just a little bit. I think these are two parts of one and the same thing, especially if we talk about large corporations. For example, if we talk about Rosatom, I don't want to talk a lot about Rosatom, but as an example, I can use this company. More than 300,000 people working, more than 400 enterprises. So we work around the whole territory of Russia and many countries of the world, and a lot of people are working for us. People work well when they like to work, when they are involved, when they are inspired. And of course, as for Rosatom, there is a common goal to be involved in large projects influencing all human beings. 20% of Russian electric power is connected with Rosatom. Every lamp, every bulb is a part of Rosatom, and you can feel that. Besides, people have their own human needs, which include, among the other things, the possibility to make something good to be taken care of, and the whole atmosphere should be comfortable to work. And creating such an atmosphere, in any case, you as a corporation, you have to be involved in the socially important issues. Large corporations are working with the huge cities. We have 25 cities where we are an anchor employer or the only employer. We have separate nuclear centers around our stations, and there are cities we are working with. All our employees, their children, their families, parents, the whole social sphere is responsibility of our corporation. And the digital sphere is not an exclusion from this point of view. Therefore, the commerce and social responsibility, they are working in combination as a whole. If we talk of the influence of the technology, of the impact of the technology, it depends on the point of view. The commercial activity in the digital world, it can be different and it can be structured in different ways. But one of the ways how you can break them into two parts based on the term of return on investments, on how much time, efforts, and money you need to invest to start the business and develop it. You need to start with a startup when you have no opportunity to invest for 10 years ahead, up to the investments which require long-term, for many decades, efforts on development. Like computer industry as an example, we started in 1940s and it is deployed at the end of the last century in full. So 30 years were required for the computers to be everywhere, more or less. In 2 decades, each person has 2, 3 computers in each pocket, so to say. Many people may know that in 1940s, when the market of computers was discussed, there was a version that globally there is no single task which can be loaded in more than 5 PCs. It was a statement from IBM. And when we talk about the long-term technologies, if we look at the technologies we are working with now, this is about mirror-morph technologies, quantum technologies. They will be the first to have social impact, and only after that they will become a market. I will give you examples. Mirror-morph technologies, they are working on learning how to treat the diseases through insertion of the neuromorphous chips into the brain. These are 2 examples of applying the chips. The first one is to increase the efficiency and power efficiency of these chips. Do you know why it is important? It is important, for example, in all spheres where people work separately from the plant, from the team, from the colleagues. For example, we have uranium deposits. When uranium is produced by the way of the underground leaching, these are huge fields for many kilometers with a lot of pipes. Everything is automated, but sometimes people need to visit the site to go around, and one of the tasks in one of our projects with the smart caps, when there is a chip, if a person is falling and cannot move, this helmet will send a SOS signal, and neuromorph chips will be able to make such smart SOS signals in the head of the human being. The other part is the technology which will allow to expedite 100,000 times or even billions times to increase the speed of calculations. Who knows or who believes that he or she knows how the quantum computer will change our life? Please raise your hand. They feel that they know how much this will change the life. 3 of you, I guess. It's great that there are people like these. There are optimists, and I did not raise my hand, although I am responsible for quantum calculations in Russia, because when the computers appeared, 5 computers, I remind you, we cannot even imagine how much will be the impact, how significant the impact will be. An example which can illustrate that and can help you feel that the quantum computer will be different from the fastest supercomputer in the modern life. More than the modern supercomputer is different from the accounting calculating device. The difference will be even more significant, and this is within 5 to 10 years. this is going to happen. I am happy that here we have people who are very optimistic. It's good, but what can this provide to us in the nearest future? About 5 years, so to say, according to the forecasts. Of course, these are calculations of the new substances and drugs. It includes vaccines, and we are hoping that we will have the quantum computer before the next pandemic. And this is a real social effect, contribution to our common life as human beings as a whole. And the last topic I would like to touch upon is that if we talk now about they can be applied in the socially significant segment. Now we are approaching the time when there should be a reverse impact. I will explain what I mean. Look, now we need to understand what are we ready to allow the technologies do and what we are not ready to allow them do. Same about insertion chips in the brain of the human beings to heal the person, to treat the person. Where is the border when we treat the person, when we start influencing his will or interfering into the constitution of the person? Okay, we treat one, second, third disease, but at what point of time the person stops to be a person, becomes a biorobot, or biorobot is a human being indeed. Therefore, we need to find a way to solve this task too. We have a lot of ethical tasks of a scale which has never been a task for the human beings before, but these challenges and issues will determine development of the technology. In this connection, I would like to express my proposal. At Digital Almaty platform, we have the meeting of representatives of the EAEU. The Code of Artificial Intellect is being published in Russia, and the participants are subscribing to this code, signing this code, and Sber is the initiator. I think we need a code of the digital ethics, and since we have met here in such a wonderful team, for the ladies, by the way, it is very typical to talk about something good. Let's have an initiative. Let us start thinking and working on that. Let's start with the beginning. Let's start with the name. Maybe it will be a code of the digital ethics or something like that. I think I have managed to express the idea. So to summarize, the commercial and social effect, they live together. They cannot exist one without another. Technologies, first of all, have impact on the socially significant effects. And from the point of view of ethics, we should develop approach to the next technologies, to the future technologies, which are going to appear very soon. Thank you so much, Ekaterina, for the perspective. I absolutely agree with the idea that business and social impact should be together always. And I think our next speaker will express the same idea, Asil Dusimbayeva. She's the head and founder of Antidote Project, which allows to reduce the loan burden of Kazakhstanis, and also it is digitalizing the housing and community amenities functions, we understand that this is quite a complex task. Many people must have faced this system of self-administration at their own homes, and they know this is not that easy. So I say, what role of Kazakhstanis are you solving, and how are you doing? So if you don't mind, I would like to ask you to show these slides briefly. I would like to say that previously I received an education. I am IT specialist for more than 10 years. I was working in the government authorities. These projects, they are meant to solve social issues. They are very important. The housing and community amenity sphere, they are touching upon each citizen, each resident. In this sphere, there are a lot of projects, and there was a problem connected with the fact how we can join cooperation of the government services. There is transition to the new form of administration. Here on the slide you can see the dynamics, how from startup we grew to a software product with the help of government integration. In the future we are planning to implement FinTech GovTech. We have passed station certification with the assistance of the Ministry of Justice and other authorities. It was quite difficult to create a product for citizens to have all in one. This was connected with voting, online accounting system, access systems, different financial services. In fact, there are a lot of services, and our goal was to provide the citizens with all-in-one sphere. The housing and community amenities, this is a form of house administration. Every person should be able to administer the house. They need to understand how much money they're spending, what is the condition of the house. As the previous speaker mentioned, they arranged a system called Ishanarak. It will allow the citizens to control the data, and also for the government it will allow to control and process the data, to give hints to the residents, to inform them on different aspects. And this product should be convenient for every person. Every user should be free to vote from home and so on. The next project you emphasize, this is anti-dolg. It exists since 2018. This project is a social project indeed, because according to the official statistic of the First Credit Bureau, more than 7 million citizens have active loans. More than 300,000 citizens every year take loans if they have credibility. We do not have statistics for reduction. We have statistics of growth only. And anti-dolg was a project initially to help citizens to protect their rights, to reduce their loan burden to the credit organizations, and in 3-4 years only 100,000 people were covered. Together with the Association on Protection of the Debtors' Rights, we understood that one of the tools is financial literacy, which will help the citizens to solve their problems. The loan burden will not be solved by the financial literacy alone. There are a lot of factors, but according to our indicators, many people, they can protect their rights to the collector services, how to reduce the loan burden. They don't know how to apply to the bank. They don't know. There are very many different situations people have, and based on that experience, we created a database on the financial literacy for a person to be able to apply this knowledge in the practice to solve the problems as much as possible. In fact, during the period of anti-dolg project existence, we allowed to more than 600 million citizens to save their money, and this is a very big and good indicator. One of the social project is called Zanbar. This is not such a social project. It is more helping people to find a lawyer, an attorney. Nobody knows who they may need the services, legal services of lawyers. Unfortunately, it is impossible to know all the laws in the real world. Only a good lawyer or attorney may help, and our goal is to help to the lawyers and attorneys to find their clients using their experience, their rating, to provide later legal assistance. If we have the recommendations among our friends, we set a rating based on the finance, on the experience, on the issues they're dealing with for the lawyers who can provide the proper legal assistance to be experienced in that particular situation, to have it precisely and not abstract so that people could find proper lawyers. I tried to give you brief information on the projects, but I tried also to show the main aspects of the projects. I could talk a lot about these projects, but the main thing I would like to emphasize here is that since we have a session of techno women, one of the most important projects are managed by women. They have a huge spectrum of tasks which cannot be solved even for men. I think we need to give a round of applause to women involved in these projects.
Thank you very much. Here we are finally talking about gender equality. Thank you very much, Asil. Our next speaker is Asim Tajiva. She represents socially oriented entrepreneurs. She is the founder of Ozim platform. Good afternoon, everyone. I was very happy to be here while the previous speakers were presenting. So in our project, we are focusing on social issues, on raising awareness and informing parents. I would like to start off with statistics. We have about 20 million people living in Kazakhstan, out of whom about 6 million are children. Officially, 154,000 children have disabilities. Unofficially, there are about 2 million children with developmental delays. And this number is growing, and we all know about that. Also, we have another problem. The number of children who have developmental delays is growing. And then we have another problem. There is a shortage of medical specialists. Apart from that, we have another problem. Public services are not always accessible due to certain factors. Some of them are the following: untimely sort of being referred to a doctor in an untimely manner, low awareness among parents, social status of parents, not enough information about early development in the Kazakh language, and then another problem is weak connection, so to speak, to the network, to the system. And we conducted our own research study to understand what information needs our parents have from various regions of the country. We identified a structure, a design. We understood what kind of information parents needed most of all. And on the basis of all that, we came up with this platform, mobile application or Zim platform. From Kazakh, this can be translated as "I am able to help myself, and I'm able to help my child, myself." So this application is now available in Play Market and in App Store. It's free of charge. What do we have on this platform? Information about developmental norms, of children. Right now we're working on introducing monitoring to monitor, basically we want to monitor the development of children. We, together with specialists and experts, early development experts and medical specialists, we together with them work on this. We also have a database in which parents can find all sorts of medical specialists, both in public medical institutions, healthcare institutions, and in privately owned medical institutions. Celia has mentioned already, she talked about being legally literate. We must know about everything these days, and some parents are not aware of their children's rights and of their own rights. So we provide legal consultations free of charge. You can do that through our application. So what does this project, how does it benefit our parents? So parents educate themselves, they can get referred to various medical specialists in a timely manner. Most importantly, parents will be able to teach their children themselves at home, because parents actually can be early development teachers themselves, and so we are helping them here in choosing the right direction for this. So parents have this fantastic opportunity to assess and evaluate service providers. We have a rating system. You can use our little stars here and then rate each and every service provider. And also, as for the specialists of the center, this is a fantastic platform for them to share their developments, research projects, take part in our videos that we make. Also, we are working in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, and from Elmira, I really enjoyed Elmira's presentation. We are now nominated in this to win this special status from public goods. Right now we are working on updating and upgrading our functions so that our parents have even more choice, and we want to invite Kazakh experts so that everyone can see that we have fantastic educators, medical specialists, early development experts, etc. Also, we are sharing our code openly in the database Digital Public Goods. Each and every country that is interested in this kind of project, they can launch something like that in their own countries. Thank you. I have one more question for you. According to my experience, social entrepreneurs think about monetization lastly, so this is the last thing on their mind. Did you have this problem? Did you face it, and how did you resolve it? Well, this is a very, very relevant question. We launched this project as a community project, a social project. We didn't think about monetization or commercialization. So if you're going to launch a community social project, first of all, you need to think about the sustainability, resilience of your project, because without resources, without human resources, financial resources, and you will need a lot of financial resources to promote such projects, it will be difficult for you. Right now, we are kind of thinking about monetization. We will launch it because we want our project to be a long-term project. We want to achieve great outcomes for the benefit of the population. So we're working on a financial model right now. What type of financial model are you looking at right now? All sorts of financial models we are reviewing right now. Perhaps B2C is one of the formats we could choose. If I'm not mistaken, so we're talking about digital partnership in a new reality. This is the topic of the forum. So we would like to offer our services to the government, to the state. Children with developmental delays, as we know, they are out of the system, and nobody knows how many children with developmental delays live in Kazakhstan right now and what their needs are. So we can show information needs of parents and needs of little children in these services. And we are prepared to work together with the government, perhaps in the B2G format. I've got a proposal, an offer for you regarding your monetization idea. Thank you so much. We have 9 minutes left until the end of the session. I think we can take a couple of questions from the audience. 2 minutes are left until the end of the session. Then, dear friends, thank you very much to our participants, to our audience. If you have any questions for us, I'm sure you know how to find us. We're all open. We will be here at the forum for the rest of the day today, and we'll be happy to answer your questions, or if you have any cooperation proposals, we'll be happy to review them. Obviously, progress is always for the benefit of everyone. Thank you very much.
Панельдік сессия Women in Tech қоғамдық игілік үшін цифрландыру аяқталды. IT технологияларының таралуы экономикалық процестер мен құбылыстардың кең ауқымына әсер етеді. Осылайша, цифрландыру қоғамдық игіліктердің мәніне қатысты жаңа сұрақтар қойды. Бұл туралы бүгін Women in Tech ұйымының тамаша өкілдері айтты. Енді біз қысқа үзіліс жариялаймыз. Құрметті қатысушылар, бізбен бірге болыңыз. Панельная сессия Women in Tech «Цифровизация для общественного блага» подошла к концу. Распространение IT-технологий влияет на широкий спектр экономических процессов и явлений. Так, цифровизация поставила новые вопросы касательно сущности общественных благ. Об этом сегодня говорили прекрасные представительницы организации Women in Tech. Сейчас объявляем небольшой перерыв. Уважаемые участники, оставайтесь с нами. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, Investors Choice цифрландыру Қазақстанның инвестициялық тартымдығының қалай арттыра алады тақырыбына арналған панельдік сессия 3 минуттан кейін басталады. Сахнаны босатуларыңызды сұраймыз, өйткені біз келесі панельге дайындалып үлгеруіміз керек. Түсінікпен қарағандарыңыз үшін рахмет. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session on the topic Investors' Choice: How Digitalization Increases the Investment Attractiveness of Kazakhstan will start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and make sure to put your phone on silent mode. Дамы и господа, панельная сессия на тему Investors' Choice: как цифровизация может повысить инвестиционную привлекательность Казахстана, начнется через 3 минуты. Просим вас занять свои места и не забыть поставить телефоны на беззвучный режим.
1, 2, 3.
Ханымдар мен мырзалар, орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and make sure to put your phone on silent mode. Дамы и господа, панельная сессия на тему Investors Choice начнется через 3 минуты. Просим вас занять свои места и не забыть поставить смартфоны на беззвучный режим. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, Investors Choice цифрландыру Қазақстанның инвестициялық тақырыбына арналған панельдік сессиясын бастаймыз. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session on the topic Investors Choice: How digitalization increases the investment attractiveness of Kazakhstan will start now. Дамы и господа, панельная сессия на тему Investors Choice: Как цифровизация может повысить инвестиционную привлекательность Казахстана, начнется прямо сейчас. Модератор, управляющий партнер KPMG Caspian Сәкен Жумашев. Алдарыңызда модератор Сәкен Жумашев.
Да. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. Friends, first of all, allow me to welcome everyone at our panel session. Today is Friday, second half of the day, and before we start the session, I would like to say thank you to a large amount of people in the audience. I've had my doubts. I was not sure how many participants we will be having and listeners, since we are going to discuss what is important for our country, what should our country do to attract investments. That's why let's start with giving an applause to our audience, a round of applause. So our topic today is quite straightforward, but it's also a complicated topic. We are going to talk about investors' choice. So today, investors choose what country to invest in, how they can invest, but throughout the independence years in Kazakhstan, can you imagine $307 billion were invested in our economy, and the majority of that went into the industrial sector. But today we're going to discuss investments in the digital industry. How can the Council of Foreign Investors help us with that? And also, we will discuss what the Council will do in 2023 and what each of us will receive in terms of outcomes from the activity of the Council. We have a fantastic list of speakers today. On behalf of Baghdad Musin, I would like to apologize. Today, as you know, earlier today we had a meeting of prime ministers of the EU. They discussed digitalization issues, so he had to leave. However, Aset Nurlanovic, who is also a well-known person in the IT sphere, he was at the head of various agencies related to IT, and I met with Aset many times. And today, on behalf of the Ministry of Digitalization, we will learn what goals and objectives this ministry has. In addition, I would also like to say that I will be introducing each speaker to you. But before we move on to discussing the investment topic, can you tell us what kind of agenda Kazakhstan has as of today? If you could share your thoughts and ideas about that, we'll be happy to listen to you. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the floor. Allow me to welcome you all at our forum, at our panel session here, where all sorts of solutions are presented for the second day in a row now. As for the discussion topic, how does digitalization impact the ecosystem, the investment attractiveness of our country? So to answer this question, I think we need to take a look at the projects that we have. Digital transformation is a global trend. Any industry will not be able to survive without digitalization these days, and technological processes that take place in any industry, they lead to changes in the ecosystem, business processes, etc. So what does the government do in this area? We do realize that Kazakhstan potentially is very attractive to investors. First of all, because of its strategic position. We all know that we are geographically located in Central Asia. China is our neighbor, and it's not very far from Europe. And the second fact is that the digitalization level is quite high in our country. And a lot has been said today about that, and I'll repeat. We have a very high level at which public services are provided. We are ranked 28th in the UN rankings. As for online services, we are ranked 15th. And so accessibility of these services is another advantage, I think, for investors, because it's simpler now and easier to interact with the government when implementing your project. We, as the authorized agency, work hard on making sure that the legislation works perfectly well, so that investors who come here in Kazakhstan feel themselves comfortable. And it's very important. Digitalization needs to be sort of reinforced, so to speak, by the legislation. We have a very good ecosystem for digital signatures, electronic digital signatures, and we have the appropriate legislation for that. Not everyone has that. As for investment attractiveness, recently, last year, more specifically, a law was adopted which sort of comprises all opportunities for the development of the IT industry and for the development of various innovations. Any technologies, including Astana Hub, where you can test out your solutions, is also part of that. Also, if you have seen earlier today, We have the legislation, the public services, and there is also another part reflected in the legislation, Astana Hub. And many participants of Astana Hub are present today. There are a lot of preferences and benefits and breaks are available so that those people who are interested in technologies and innovations are able to enter our market and take advantage of these instruments. As for the government, I would like to say the following. We have the Astana International Forum, and soon the 35th plenary session will be held under the President of Kazakhstan. So one of the items on the agenda of that forum is digital transformation, opportunities for accelerating new technologies in the industrial and transport sectors. I'm sure you have all heard already, especially from our President and the Prime Minister. They have said and pointed out the importance of digitalization and the digital agenda. So we want technologies to develop further, and we want digitalization to develop further in our country. In conclusion, I would like to say the following. We are seeing already in infrastructure development projects, in 5G development projects. By the way, we're planning to roll out all that in large cities and then in smaller cities. Also, if we talk about our legislation that was recently adopted, and then if we talk about services that are provided online, we're ranked 20th again. If we talk about instruments and organizations that can help you, one of them is Astana Hub. So all these factors lead to a situation whereby we have all the necessary conditions, and we are doing our best to increase the attractiveness, the investment attractiveness of our country. But the most important factor, of course, is the human factor. We have seen today a lot of talented, creative IT specialists, and we think that we do need to work in that direction as well. And that's why we have this ambitious goal. By 2025, we want to have about 100,000 IT specialists in the country. So hopefully all that put together will impact everybody in a positive way. This is something that we expect to achieve. If you take a look at the audience, I'm sure you will see, and if you take a look at the booths, you will see that there are all sorts of IT projects in all industries and sectors. And I think that is how digitalization is impacting our lives. It is impacting positively the economy, the industries, all sorts of sectors. And in my opinion, the fact that our forum has been attended by so many people for the second day in a row, yesterday it was packed. All that means that people are interested. There's a huge potential. There's huge potential for growth, and all that is simply fantastic.
Thank you very much, Asset Nurlanovich. I would like to emphasize here, I see a lot of representatives of the ministry, and on behalf of IT community and the Board of Foreign Investors, I'd like to express my gratitude, first of all, for this space, for this forum organization. This is really cool, and it speaks about qualification and level of talents working in this sphere. And another thing, when a representative of another state comes to our country, comes to the center of population services to get a certificate to sell a car or whatever. When I was using your service, I sold my car without leaving the office. Thank you for that. I hope in 2023 we'll have much more new breakthrough projects. Thank you very much for that. Let us continue, dear colleagues. Our next question is, what is the Council? Council of Foreign Investors. What are the functions of the Council? Zhana Baidasheva is our next speaker. She is the head of the Council for 11 years. For the last few years, together with Zhana, apart from raising questions such as replacement of principles of different approaches and methods to calculation of different taxes, change of legislation, we started lobbying a topic connected with the digits, with IT. Jana, my question to you, please tell us what is the Council of Foreign Investors for everybody to know about it more today, and what are the plans for the coming year? Thank you very much. Thank you, Saken. I am happy to greet all participants of this panel session, all participants of this forum. I am glad that there are a lot of people interested in digitalization and development of Kazakhstan and industry as a whole. As for the council, I can tell you many things for a long time. In general, the council is quite old, in 1998, coming back into the history. Based on the initiative of the first president, the council was established at that time. The first investors coming to the country, that was about 5 to 6 companies like Chevron, ExxonMobil, Philip Morris, EBRD. They came together and agreed that they would provide their recommendations and comments and visions with respect to development of investment policy, economic development of the country. Since then, we are 25 years old now. The council has grown. These are 40 large companies, transnational corporations of investors who have come to our country. And in the beginning, Saken said that after the date of independence, more than 70 billion US dollars were directly invested into the country. The group of companies being members of the council, 40 companies, the large portion of those 700 billion made those investments. So it is quite a regulated and structured organization. The chairman of the board is the head of the state, the president, Kasım-Jomart Kemyelevich, and members of the council from the abroad are heads of all the companies, and from the foreign part, corporations are representing the oil and gas sector, SFMG, Financial Center, Big Four, the heads or the second level CEOs are participating in the council. From Kazakhstani side, these are ministers, head of the National Bank, the head of the IFSA. When all investors meet together to have a dialogue with our government, with the head of the state, many initiatives are born which are implemented further on. The IFSA was an idea discussed at the plenary session. Now we see that we have the results, and we had IT Hub, IT University, Nazarbayev University, and so on and so forth. I can continue mentioning the list of all the projects discussed and implemented. It shows how efficient this floor, this platform is. Many things are done by the companies being members of our council to bring in the international experience to Kazakhstan, all know-hows and technologies implemented by corporations at the international level, and we try to implement this all in Kazakhstan, including the best business practices in the business, in the government administration, and so on. As I mentioned, this year we are 25 years old. We will have the 35th plenary session in June, and it will be dedicated to digitalization this year, and we are planning to develop this topic in different directions. Our companies are going to share their experience on what they are doing all over the world in different countries in terms of digitalization. We are going to discuss how this all can be implemented here in Kazakhstan together with the government. We will have new projects. As for the bloodstream of the council, we have working groups. We have 5 working groups for investment policy, for development of the human capital, for digitalization, which was established recently in 2021, and a working group for oil and gas. All these things are very important for investors when investors come to the country, including Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is looking for the investments and is struggling for attracting investments not only in the region but globally. Investors always look at several factors. What is important for them is the rule of law, the tax legislation, flexibility, tax system, developed human potential and capacities, availability of the personnel, and technological factors such as digitalization. This is emphasized by the investors as some of the most important factors. That is why now I believe in Kazakhstan, and this is, by the way, noted by the investors, by the global companies and MSE, they see Kazakhstan as an island for business to be conducted here in the region to achieve the goals of different initiatives. Digitalization in Kazakhstan is at quite a high level compared to the other countries. Many things done here in our country. The programs are launched. The digital government exists. In the other countries, they are at the initial stage. They are just planning to start development. Thereof, we frequently, together with our investors, go to our regions to see how the market is developing there. I should note here that we are leaders in the region, and of course, we are planning to preserve this position together with the business, including the digital agenda. If we talk about the working group on digitalization, I'd like to mention here that the working group is open for everyone, and investors, state companies, and investors are most welcome for cooperation. Participation is personalized. The heads of corporations are participating in the council, but the working group is open for everyone. What we discuss are the institutional problems of businesses, improvement of legislation, introduction of electronic, digital signature and cloud technologies. The colleagues will share their experience and practice later on today. Therefore, we are always open to cooperation, initiatives, and ideas. If you have any questions on proposal, you are free to come and share them with us. Thank you so much for your vision. I would like to emphasize once again that the Council of Foreign Investors consists of 40 companies, the largest companies both in Kazakhstan and abroad, and mostly these are large taxpayers who make their contribution into development of economy of Kazakhstan. And on the platform of the Council of Foreign Investors, we can suggest changes in the legislation in different spheres to help developing different spheres like introduction of cloud technologies. We are thinking how we could implement new innovations like simple digital signature, and so we'll discuss it a bit later. I'd like to emphasize here that the Council has a working group for digitalization. As Zhanna said, any companies who don't want to be members but want to make their contribution to development of our working group, you are kindly invited to participate. And we, together with Baghdad Batarbekovich, he is a co-chairman from the government, and I am co-chair from the Council of Foreign Investors. We are working on the plan for 2023, and we expect to have it approved in the nearest days. And now I would like to give the floor to the person who is not just a general director of a large company, but he is a certified pilot. He's flying on the airplanes. He's an active person. Evgeny Nastran, General Director of Beeline. Please let us welcome him. Evgeny, I have a question to you. Thank you. We are talking about the foreign investors. Investors always have a chance to go to a developed country, to a developed economy, to the developing market like Kazakhstan. What investors choose, why they should go to our republic? Please share your opinion on that. Thank you. Thank you, Ken. Indeed, apart from being favorite operator of more than 10 million residents of Kazakhstan, we are a part of the large international telecom group present in many countries. And of course, we, the managers and the employees of Beeline, to compete with the other countries to invest more funds and resources in Kazakhstan and not to some other neighboring countries. During the period of work in Kazakhstan, we have invested several $billions, and every year the level of investments is growing. In the last 2 years, we have invested more than 100 billion tenge. And according to our business plan for the future years, this amount is going to grow. Therefore, before answering your question, I'd like to rephrase it a little bit. What is attracting foreign investors to any country, to any economy, irrespective of the maturity of technological solutions? And as Jana said, it is a transparent and sustainable tax regulation. This is one of the key aspects. Most of all, investors like planning, and they want to understand how this planning is long-term and sustainable and stable. The next important aspect, I'm happy to welcome here a representative of our profile ministry, the industry regulation, which has critical significance, which allows the foreign investors to understand that all best global practices would be implemented in this industry. Another critical factor is the relationship between authorities and business. I am talking about transparent and time-framed and automated relations. And the next issue is agenda or willingness of the government to include global initiatives into its priorities, like transfer to the green economy or signature of the Paris Agreement for reduction of the CO2 impact in the economy as a whole and human capital, as it was stated before. And now, looking at these priorities and at these items, we can disclose this topic to solve the specific issues in this industry. The Council of Foreign Investors was established, and with the chairman being the president of Kazakhstan, the investors raised different questions. The investors themselves discussed together with the government what could be done to invest more money in Kazakhstan, for investors to have more desire to bring more money. Only 9 tax initiatives were discussed in the previous year. We offered specific important changes to clarify the notion of royalty, because as of today, the tax authorities interpret any purchase of service and support of your international platform from abroad, including those which are subject of royalty, and the tax authority believe that the intellectual property is transferred at that moment of time. As you see, in this case, we are not talking about interests of a particular company. In this case, all participants of the council are representatives of the industry, and they form regulation as a whole for the economy. This year, the working group for digitalization, headed by Saken, we are planning to raise a question on liberalization of financial services for the non-banking organizations. And while we are talking here today, our southern neighbors in Uzbekistan, for example, they have created quite long time ago a format of a digital bank when one can get a license without being a large and heavy prudentially regulated asset. Of course, these issues should be brought from other countries as an example to improve regulation. Another question is about the hype, things like big data, cloud, big techs, like Facebooks, Googles. They, for a long time, are able to collect, process, and monetize any data. But for all the companies which are in jurisdiction of Kazakhstan, they are limited in this aspect because there is sort of uncertainty of what is personal data, what is official information, and such issues are discussed with the government too. Another thing I mentioned before is participation of Kazakhstan in reduction of the carbon footprint. There is an appetite of the foreign investors because the large companies have an order for monitoring, inspection, automation, predictiveness of their activity. On the other hand, we have technological solutions for this kind of issues. We can make the remote metering, cyber security, and so on. We have a small stand in the department Industry 4.0 where you can see live all those solutions. And the next point is human capital. Maybe this is something that visible from outside. We do make investments to develop and grow the local expertise. A few years ago we decided that we refuse from the international platform solutions. We want to write digital products on our own here in Kazakhstan by hiring, teaching, and developing our local expertise. And today, in our IT team, we have 650 employees who are local employees, local staff. They sit here. We stop paying dollars abroad for buying their solutions. We are paying good salaries. We are competitive in terms of salary with the other international companies. And in fact, this is sort of contribution too. Another thing is that one of the main priorities of the state program is fighting corruption, and I think digitalization would ensure maximum transparency in the process. And as we have mentioned before, a huge progress was achieved in GovTech sphere. Automation is indeed ensuring transparent relationship, which allows us avoiding different uncertainties, and mobile operator in this process plays a simple, direct, and most important role, ensuring connection and connectivity. Last year, Beeline implemented a program for network development called LTE Everywhere. We have about 10,000 sites. Sites are the places where we have our basic stations ensuring the coverage. So in 97% of layout of these sites, we increased our LTE, we increased the 4G. Beeline has the widest representation in terms of high-speed mobile internet. This is something attracting us as a foreign investor here to Kazakhstan. Thank you so much.
So you are attracted not only by business-related issues, but also by issues of developing local talent. When we talk about 650 people who work at an IT company, I think this is a great indicator of how much this company actually invests in human capital. So now we understand that for investors it is important to follow the law, but the law says one thing and we sometimes see that other things happen in reality. But we as foreign investors will propose amendments to the relevant legislation. Hopefully will work on improving things. But let's look at global trends in IT. We at KPMG conducted a research study recently. There is a report on that study called Tech Solutions 2022. It's available on the internet, and there we show three key trends. Number one is artificial intelligence. Earlier this morning, the Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan said that part of his speech was actually written by GBG, and it's so cool. I mean, yesterday we talked about how to develop and upgrade our legislation in healthcare in the Republic of Kazakhstan. So we asked this question to AI, and then it responded by giving us 6 points. Now in Kazakhstan, this trend is developing and growing. Hopefully we'll have more and more services. And then there is another Quantus service. Those are large computing sort of services. But among us today, we have a speaker who represents an international company, Sergei Lещенко. He is the general manager of this company who works in the territory of Kazakhstan. Sergei has 20 years of experience working in telecoms, in IT, but most importantly, I'm sure that Microsoft has its own analytics, and I'm sure that those trends that we have right now can be described by Microsoft. So what are we to expect in 2023? Sergei, the floor is yours. Thank you, Saken. So let me sort of talk about these trends. I'll talk about international global trends. Secondly, I'll talk about what is happening in Kazakhstan. And thirdly, on the basis of the development in Kazakhstan, I'll talk about where everything is moving in Kazakhstan. So, number one, global trends. I'm going to talk about two most interesting trends today: cybersecurity and AI. I'll start with cybersecurity. Back in December, Microsoft published a global report on cybersecurity, and this report has the following data. The number of parole attacks that take place literally every second amounts to 900 attacks per second. This is 74% more than last year. And it's, I think, quite logical. It makes sense that together with the development of digitalization, gradually the issue of cybersecurity is becoming more and more relevant, because that becomes part of our lives and economy. So what is our answer to the question of cybersecurity? First of all, we have this notion of zero trust. We are developing the M2M architecture in our solutions that is based on this principle. The principle is the following: attacks are sort of acceptable, and this is something that is real. So M2M infrastructure is built to control everything, to see where those people got access from, where they are located geographically. Do they have the right to access these data? So a lot of data is analyzed in M2M, in the server, M2 point, also that is used by people. So all these components are part of all those things. Secondly, we recommend to those companies with whom we work the following, and also we recommend that to the countries because sometimes countries also suffer from cyber attacks. We recommend that everyone uses cloud. In our opinion, cloud is the safest way to collect and store data. Because in the cloud, we are able to analyze 1 trillion signals in the context of cybersecurity on a daily basis. And ultimately, cybersecurity is basically a game in the area of intelligence. And it's very important that you are not left on your own in this game. And in the cloud technology, you are not on your own. Secondly, AI itself. And I have 2 stories to tell you here. My first story is about GitHub to Pilot. Those of you who are interested, perhaps you have noticed, in December, Andrew Karpathy, who was the head of the self-driving technology at Tesla, sent a tweet, and he said that over the past 12 months, the most powerful technology that has changed his professional life was GitHub Copilot. So Copilot basically is a system that we implemented at GitHub. It helps developers to write codes, and AI basically helps people do that. And he said that 80% of his codes are written by GitHub Copilot. That doesn't mean that he doesn't write codes. He does write his codes, but now he has this leverage, this assistance in the amount of plus 80% in the form of this second pilot. And then secondly, ChatGPT, most of you have heard about that, and second, you talked about that. The story that was told by our director, basically in January in India, he was observing this demo thing of a chatbot. Indian villagers use the chatbot. Basically, it's a government chatbot, and Indian villagers communicate with, and one Indian villager communicated with this chatbot, and then the chatbot said, go to such and such portal and complete such and such form to be able to become eligible for a government program. And that villager said, no, I don't want to go to this portal, you go to this portal instead of me, and you submit this application. And this chatbot goes to that portal, submits to this application, and it got accepted successfully, because the programmer who was behind this demo back in January, he integrated everything in Azure with AI, etc., and he taught it how to work with Indian government documents, and it took him less than a month. So that's what's happening right now, and I think we should pay attention to that. So the fruits of the Industrial Revolution perhaps have not reached everyone on the planet. It took 30 years to spread the internet. It took 10 years to sort of spread the idea of the mobile phone. So for such technology that was made available in California and the US in December in a demo format, a month later is already capable of changing lives of people on the other side of the planet. So how fast, and we need to pay attention to that, is the introduction of various technologies. Everything happens very quickly. What is happening in Kazakhstan? So to continue this story, in Kazakhstan, in our opinion, I think everybody understands this trend very well, and the government actually leads by example. It is ranked 28th in the UN e-government rankings. That means that Kazakhstan works on digitalizing everything faster than other countries. 194 countries were part of these rankings, and we can see that the government in digitalization is guided by the user. They know what the user experience is. New technologies are constantly tested, and guys, specialists who work for the government, they're really passionate about new approaches, about new technologies. Apart from the government, we all see and saw how overall Kazakhstan adapted and has adapted to the pandemic quite quickly. All our children went online, and we all know what remote work is, and we know what advantages it gives us. We have been working in this country for 20 years, and we are proud and humble to say that we are part of digitalization in this country. We work with all segments, and it's really, really interesting, starting from enterprises in the corporate sector, in the SME sector. They are actively introducing latest technologies in the public sector, in the educational sector. And lastly, a few words about Kazakhstan. Last week, I checked out our Founders Hub system, where startups are registered and where they get help and assistance from Microsoft. And I was very happy to see many, many companies in this startup system at Founders Hub. And so hopefully I'll see even more companies in that system. Lastly, so what is actually happening in Kazakhstan? In what direction is it developing? I have 3 points here. Number 1, diversification. Number 2, flexibility and leadership. Diversification is very important in current conditions. There is a very interesting project of this building of backbone in the Caspian Sea. When this project is implemented, a lot of projects will be implemented with global tech companies that need a connectivity diversification. Secondly, we see that the government is actively testing out new technologies in the area of innovation and regulation. And thirdly, and this is again something that I'm happy to say, we work with the government in the Foreign Investors Council, and I hope that this partnership, this cooperation will remain fruitful and productive going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sure Aset Nurlanovich highly valued this. I mean, when the general director of such a well-known company that has so many products that all of us use says so. I mean, when we open Windows, iOS, we always know what products you are offering the world. So you said 900 attacks per second. I'm guessing we need to think about that as well, and we need to include this question into the cybersecurity agenda of our working group. Perhaps we need to look at it closer. Security for Kazakhstan is also a priority. Now I would like to move on to our next speaker. He is from the banking sector. He has been with the Citigroup for more than 20 years, David Lee. David Lee is going to speak English. If anyone needs translation interpretation, we have headsets. There will be simultaneous interpretation. But also you can listen to him in English to sort of brush up your English-speaking skills. If it's okay with you, I'll switch to English to ask my question directly to David so that we are on the same page.
Let me first of all, using this opportunity, thank you very much for your incredible proposal during the 2022 on implementation of the simple electronic digital signature. This was a great initiative because we were trying to implement the pilot, not just recommendations, but a pilot. And we would like to know your view from international perspective, because you're working with the international companies, with the international clients, and more than sure that you understand what kind of barriers or maybe obstacles we have. And please tell us about the project and about your view, how you would like to see the investment climate in the Republic of Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Da? Okay, let's go. Bye-bye. So thank you very much. My name is David Lee. I represent Citibank, Citigroup even. We are, for those of you who are not familiar, we're present in over 90 markets globally. We think of ourselves as the most international bank, and we're happy that various industry bodies agree with us. For example, Asia Money, they've voted Citibank as the best international bank in Kazakhstan for the last 4 years consecutively. Look, it's been really, really interesting hearing about all of the technology trends, technology standards, the government initiatives, the policy initiatives from the government, the Ministry of Digitalization, Kafika. And I've been very honored to work as part of the digitalization working group with Sakin and the others. If you're not a member, I highly encourage it. What I'm going to really talk about is not so much about specific technology, hardware or standards, etc. I'm really going to talk about two themes which our clients consistently ask us. And our clients represent clients from everywhere around the world. I'm going to talk about mainly in a B2B context, business to business. And our clients consistently ask us, how can you help Kazakhstan progress in two things? One, easy to do business with. Two, interoperable. What I mean by interoperable is, do we connect, do we work in the same digital protocols as the rest of the world? In many areas we do, but in one area, which I'll talk about, I think there's some opportunities to develop further. So I've talked about how in Kazakhstan, our clients are the large corporates, they're financial institutions, and most of our clients do have digital business strategies. The key thing to note is this digital business strategy is typically globalized. They don't want to have 90 different strategies, one for Central Asia, one for Kazakhstan, one for Western Europe, one for Latin America, etc. So they're very keen on a digital business strategy which can be globalized. And two, as well as the technologies, as well as being able to have social media, interactivity, marketing, etc., building your presence virtually. A critical thing, particularly for businesses to businesses, can you actually transact? Can you enter transactions, in particular contracts, with digital signatures? The first thing I'll acknowledge, Vice Minister, is Kazakhstan has done a pretty good job with digital signatures locally. But I think there could be progress, there could be opportunities to progress on in terms of some of the international digital signatures, which I'll talk about later. And, that's something that our clients consistently ask for. Can we have the additional flexibility to accept international digital signatures in addition to what we have in Kazakhstan? Okay? That is what will open the door to full interoperability to global digital business models. I'll talk a little bit about digital signatures in general. Some of you may know. For others of you, maybe bring us to a common understanding. So we've all seen how digital signature usage has grown massively. And I'm going to share some statistics from a study of about 1,802 respondents globally across the world. It's done by DocuSign, who's overall the biggest provider globally. So 95% responded they already use or plan to use digital signatures, which is pretty cool. The second thing that's very interesting is the COVID pandemic greatly accelerated this trend. 2/3 of respondents reported that they started this within the last 2 years. So what is that telling us? This is a fast evolving space in terms of business-to-business contracting, and there's everything to play for. I'll share a few more findings from this global survey. There are other surveys as well, which generally have similar findings. So, the top driver of digital signature adoption is increased security. I think most of us, that's not actually that surprising. What are some of the other factors that people talk about? Speed. We all know how if you're in a traditional market and you have to assemble contracts and get all the wetting signature, that can take days, sometimes weeks. When people move on to DocuSign, what DocuSign show, and I'm sure other providers have similar statistics, nearly half of contracts, in their case 44%, can be executed within 15 minutes. Think about that. Are we a jurisdiction, or can we become a jurisdiction which can become easy to do business and that fast to do business in? It's a great opportunity for us if we think about it. I think other factors which lead to increased and accelerated uptake over time, ESG. I think various of the speakers told about that. So who wants to have mountains and mountains of paper, right? Incremental cost of digital storage, digital archiving is not just more precise, it's green friendly. And the shift to paperless. Also, another phenomena, some of us talked about work patterns, people, attitudes. COVID has accelerated the trend towards hybrid working, or in some cases, entirely remote offshore working, right? That's obviously not compatible with non-digital signatures. Digital signatures absolutely are consistent with such changes in working practices, and I think they're here to stay. Let me move on to certain other factors which have increased acceptance rates in terms of things that inspire confidence and security. We've seen governing regulations which are in particular emerge on a cross-border basis. So I think, we have our own regulations within Kazakhstan, that's great, but understanding how do we fit with some of these international standards, international regulations is pretty interesting. We also have the emergence of certain clear market leaders, which that is a key part to unlocking the potential for interoperability, and it encourages organizations to continue investing more in their digital business processes. Let's come back to some of those regulations. Why are people getting more confidence internationally? In the US, you have the Federal e-Sign Act. That was passed in the year 2000, as well as something called Uniform ETA, Uniform Electronic Transactions Act. And that's come into, that's enforceable now in more than 40 states across the United States. The US is by far the biggest digital signature player. It's interesting that they have a relatively clear regulatory framework, which is cool. In Europe, some of you might have heard of something called eIDAS. That was passed relatively more recently in 2016, and that's kind of helps establish regulatory confidence in enforceability across the European Union. So, regulatory frameworks combined with compensating controls, companies developing their own business policies, when is it appropriate to use digital signatures, that's resulted in extremely low dispute rates on these international digital signatures. The biggest player, DocuSign, they shared with us recently that they've had a huge number of contracts entered through DocuSign. For them, they have had 6 billion contracts. Think about that. One enforceable business contract for every man, woman, and child on Earth today. 6 billion contracts. Who wants to take a guess how many have resulted in substantial signature disputes? Any guesses? A bit more than zero. Nothing is perfect in life. A little bit more. 8. 8 out of 6 billion contracts had resulted in some kind of level of dispute on the signature validity. 8 out of 6 billion. Think about that. And that's basically zero. All right? It's as close to zero as you can realistically get in any sphere. I'm sure Microsoft, Beeline have fantastic uptime statistics, but I'm sure even you don't quite get up to 8 out of 6 billion. It's perfection. And interestingly, out of those 8 disputes, all 6 were resolved out of court because they realized that the dispute on the signature itself was not consequential. Okay, so I talked about how there are some standards, some market leaders are emerging. Who are they? Because these emerging market leaders, these have helped global companies plan where to put their investment dollars, what kind of digital business models to globalize onto, and what kind of digital models are likely to enable scalability. Because digitalization is all about scalability, moving from a variable cost structure to a fixed cost structure, moving to effectively 100% gross margin. That's what digitization is all about. One standard that's emerged is something called qualified electronic signatures, QES. That's emerged in some markets, parts of the European Union, and various country-specific standards have adopted that. In fact, in Kazakhstan, some of our eGov is based upon QES, which is great. It's highly, highly secure. That's great. But going back to this theme of open market standards, which some of our, the other panelists talked about, the clear market leader globally is something called SES, Simplified Electronic Signatures, which Sak and our moderator talked about. It's become the clear de facto standard globally. And in fact, the top two B2B providers, that's DocuSign and Adobe Sign, they now account for about 85% of signatures globally. For someone like Citigroup, we don't care who's the number one. We just follow whoever is number one. And the fact that a clear kind of international cross-border lead, it's like, Microsoft, love it or hate it, they're the number one when it comes to PC operating systems, so we use Microsoft. And when it comes to digital signatures, globally, on an international basis, these simple electronic signatures, they're the ones that are leading the pack. I'll talk a little bit about how we use simple electronic signatures. All of these international companies, they all have their own use cases, all right? Banking. So the most fundamental part of a banking relationship is to open an account, right? Just opening an account is actually, it sounds quite simple. And it is not that hard. The hard bit is getting all of, in the B2B context, is getting all of the supporting documents, things like board of resolution, power of attorney, you're a CEO, your GMs, you know about that. Delegation of rights, all that kind of good stuff. And our clients, these international organizations, decision-making power is often either sometimes within Kazakhstan, but often regionalized or globalized. So how do we make Kazakhstan an easy place to do business with? And the answer is by accepting some of these international digital signatures. We've created a process within Citi, digital onboarding, which allows clients to submit all these documents digitally using these digital signatures. And that's really, we're able to make scalability. We've established this process across 74 markets globally. 74, think about that. How much of the world's GDP can we reach out to if we're able to reach out to all of these 74 markets out of Kazakhstan? And we've enabled them to shorten that documentation process from sometimes weeks to as short as 48 hours. I want to get closer to that 44 minutes that DocuSign talked about, but it's a journey. But the key thing is shortening or ease of doing business in Kazakhstan down to days, can we get down to intraday? That's a journey. So in summary, clients tell me they want their global digital business models to also work in Kazakhstan, and international digital signatures and having the regulatory changes, which I know Kafika is working very hard with the ministry on. The regulatory changes needed to achieve that is something that a lot of us are very excited about. Thank you.
David, thank you very much. Я хотел бы тоже на русском немножко.
I would like to add something in Russian. What is a simple digital signature? When two legal entities sign a contract, and now this can be done using the electronic digital signature when two Kazakhstani legal entities work. But if there is one Kazakhstani legal entity and a foreign legal entity, there is no electronic digital signature for them, and there is a collision. And here we offer using DocuSign, and we sign pilot contracts and to share this with the ministry, and we think that by summer we would be ready to do so. Now I would like to move to another topic because it is quite interesting, and today we have Ivan Zaitsev here with us, the head of OneWeb in Caucasus, Central Asia, Turkey, and East Europe. And what unique features OneWeb has? I checked Wikipedia. They studied several satellites from the territory of our cosmodrome Baikonur. And also I would like to emphasize that we have situations, many of you have traveled between Almaty and Astana from west to north. You pass hundreds of kilometers and there are no settlements, and it is very important to have access to the wide width internet. What has invited or attracted such a huge investors you are to Kazakhstan, and what should be done that the majority of residents of Kazakhstan had access to the wide width internet? Because it's not just an access to internet, this is access to knowledge and communication. Thank you very much. Second, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this open discussion at the group of of the group of digitalization of the Council of Investors, and it's an honor for me to be a part of this group and this discussion. It's an honor for me and real pleasure. I would like to give you a few words about the space tech and SATCOM and what it is needed for, and then I would apply to what we have in Kazakhstan, why here in Kazakhstan we see an interesting story for ourselves and what we can bring for Kazakhstan to make it even more attractive for both local and foreign investors. It should be noted that artificial satellite of the land of the earth was launched a long time ago. Arthur Clarke, a known fantastic books writer, created such a satellite long time ago. They exist for quite a long time, and the convenience is that they are so far away from the Earth that they get frozen and they rotate together with the Earth. This is really convenient, but they are so far away that the signal goes very, very slowly. There is a huge delay in the signal, and although satellites have very good recommendation for the case for liquidation of the emergency situations to cover certain localities and so on, still the satellite communications industry was never as important as this today, because if we talk about standardization at the level of 3GTP group, which was dealing with mobile networks only with 5G, and many people believe that 5G is just mobile network, and the next generation networks are those which impose joint use of communication to ensure existence of ourselves in the new information community or society. There is no line dividing IT and telecom. Today we say that there is an info communication, and even tomorrow, when I visited e-commerce panel, I realized that E will disappear very soon, like e-government, e-commerce, because we say that everything moves into the digit right now, and there is some convenience in that. Where is the end of this convenience? The end is exactly where there is no possibility for physical connectivity, or the expenses for such solution is too high. Then it would be a non-commercial story, and it would not require cross-subsidizing, or it would require assistance from the state. And here we are talking about the situation when it is necessary in Kazakhstan to cover remote rural areas, when we speak of the fact that such coverage requires today the format which is not simply tested, but it has become a norm, a standard, like eGov, when we moved to the digitalization of different applications, and for all these applications to be operative everywhere, to have full-fledged digitalization and resiliency 24/7, our solution is, in my opinion, suitable. And in Kazakhstan, we are, due to the fact that this is a large country, as it was stated today and yesterday many times, it is not innovative in terms of eGov only, but the nation, the people of Kazakhstan, they are, as Timur Turlov said, they quickly accept new technologies much faster than in Europe and North America. In this connection, and in connection with the fact that the figures of the ministries and IFSA have created comfortable conditions, and there are challenges for digitalization here in Kazakhstan in terms of scale up and existence of the Silk Road for transport and logistics corridors. We believe that by bringing our indirect business model with our solution to the local communication operator, we will allow to have benefits for B2C, B2T clients. Different solutions from our side can be used by them. Maybe they will forget the beginning but the satellite systems allows us to do so. Bravo, great, very good job in the children. The children always dream to become a cosmonaut, but starting and launching the satellites at school and covering the whole planet, it is very cool too. Thank you very much. Now it is more clear for us how we could cover with the wide with the internet the whole territory of our country. And I would like to ask questions to the audience. Let us have a discussion or dialogue. I would like to give the opportunity to our participants from the audience to ask their questions. Please feel free to raise your hand and ask your questions. Please, the floor is yours. Wait for the microphone, please. Let us, while we are waiting for the microphone, let us fill in this pause. Please wait for your microphone. I would like to ask you a question. In your opinion, activity of the Council of Foreign Investors and in particular our working group, where we could be more useful for you? We have heard about the cyber security, we have heard about cloud, about the calculating capacities, artificial intelligence. Could you please share your opinion on that? Thank you so much. I think that the Council is aimed at bringing in all the issues and topics relevant for all of us, all the topics we have discussed now, the initiatives like a pilot project for electronic digital signature. We see this, we understand this. The Prime Minister today, he spoke about expediting the electronic workflow. We have all digital documents, but we need to continue this development. If we talk about the cyber security, it is a very important aspect because development is good, but if there is no compliance with the security regulations, then the topic of using digital technology and reliability of such technologies is a good question. It is very important because development should be always accompanied by the security, because if there is development but there is no security and understanding how we can preserve all the rights and integrity of the personal data of our citizens, and in case of electronic digital signature, how tomorrow we can protect people from the frauds, all these issues together should be considered by us. And as Mr. Strand said, and other colleagues mentioned about the communication channel for coverage also, we have a task in this respect. We work with our partners in that through this council. This is a wonderful platform where they can raise different questions and discuss what they would like to see in terms of improvement from our side. We have made all the notes and records on that, and we will discuss it separately with our colleagues in addition.
Давайте поаплодируем нашему модератору Сакину Румычу. На правах сопредседателя хотел бы тоже поблагодарить вас и всех членов рабочей группы, всех членов за прекрасные спичи и за то, что выделили время. Спасибо.
Спасибо большое, Асет Нурланович. Я так понимаю, у нас микрофон сейчас идет в студию, да? Пришел. Все, пожалуйста.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Саламат Акмарал. Я сооснователь компании iDocs. Как раз-таки у нас платформа, которая занимается обменом электронных документов, подписанных с помощью ЭЦП. Я слушала речь Дэвида Ли. Mr. Lee, I was so impressed. Today, because every point that you made is very close to my heart, because I am the owner of a platform called iDocs, and we actually use the electronic signature, and the companies are able to send and sign contracts. So basically we are the analog of the DocuSign here in Kazakhstan. And that's great that you're actually raising the question of the e-signature that is can be used worldwide, so that the businesses can grow and make contracts and be successful, and the country can grow. And investors could come to the country. My question to Zaken, извиняюсь, я перейду.
I apologize. I'll switch to Russian. First of all, I'm happy that we have such a working groups. We represent the business community. We would like to be a part of this working group. We have so many questions and proposals in this area. So it's great to be able to test out DocuSign. This is company number one globally. Nobody has any doubts about that. But we want the government and companies to support local companies and to help them and us with issues relating to digital signatures so that they're legitimate in our countries. Right now, we're working on a project with Russian partners on cross-border signature of documents, but it's very difficult to work without the government support, without the support of big players. So my question is, do you have any leverage? I mean, are you thinking about local companies so that they're able to become global players in this field? Thank you. Thank you very much. On a separate note, I would like to mention how great our startups are. They can ask questions in Russian, in English. This is great, but most importantly, you're working on digital signatures. This is great for document turnover. So yesterday we listened to Baijan Kanasian. He was also talking about a very interesting solution in this area. So we are not saying that foreign startups should be invited to our country. If we amend the legislation, and then we are not talking about the platform working, now we're trying to amend the legislation so that we are able to use all sorts of digital signatures. I said Nurlanj, I see, wants to add already, but so our objective is not to invite anybody from outside. We want to focus on local talent, and each and every company, and you know we are from the FIC, we want to have 650 IT specialists. Everyone wants to have so many specialists on staff. But I said, please, over to you. Thank you very much for your question. We, being the regulator, want to obviously develop our own IT industry and our own IT solutions. And we've said already, everything's changing so rapidly, and so we need to adapt rapidly in terms of our legislation, using technology, etc., etc. So we need to understand the following. If the market wants us to amend the legislation, then we need to amend the legislation. Also, at the Eurasian Economic Commission, we have an agreement on document turnover, document exchange. We also have a trusted third party. They use the UMIT platform. So this is what we call the notary electronic digital signature. So through these two sort of portals, we interact with the countries. So it's an interesting concept. And we, I think, met with you, with your colleague at this forum earlier, and we agreed that your colleagues will visit us next week, and I will just explain everything to you in detail. So what is our objective? If there are technologies available and if they need to be promoted, we need to take a closer look at them, to study them, so as to see how to sort of implement them in our real lives. So that's our objective. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, can I add about the working groups again? If you have any questions about becoming part of our working group, you can approach our secretariat, and we will provide you with the relevant information about our procedures and other questions that we discuss at the working group. So the council itself actually is to implement these best practices through those companies that we have here in Kazakhstan to improve the investment climate, etc., etc. But at the same time, we do need to impact the regulatory work. We have various working groups at the ministerial level, and we work with all agencies, being sort of the general partner that represents the foreign business community. We work with the government, everybody with everybody at the government. So if some issue is not resolved at the ministerial level, then we go up and meet with the Prime Minister, with the head of state, and if political will is required, we submit our recommendations to the head of state, and then we look at this problem jointly and try to resolve this problem in order to improve the situation. And this example with the electronic digital signature actually demonstrates how our investors here in Kazakhstan are actually introducing all these technologies into our real life. We do have gaps in the legislation, and regulatory gaps also are is something that we see. So we'll work with the ministry and we will see how this works globally in other countries and how we can deal with that here locally. So a lot of work is to be done. There is one example that I love giving about blockchain and digital finance. In the world, about 50 million projects are being implemented in this area globally right now. So if we improve our legislation and regulatory framework, then 0.5% of all these projects could be implemented here in Kazakhstan or in the jurisdiction of AIFC. So can you imagine how many companies would come here? Perhaps about 250,000 companies. They will bring technologies, they will bring their brains, so to speak, and their people, and our life truly would change. Thank you for this question and for your interest. Thank you, Jana. We still have 5 minutes. Well, the screen here says that we have run out of time, but we have 5 minutes. And we'll take another question from the audience, those in the front rows. Please. Hello, my name is Zara Kazbekova. I am from IMX Capital. We attract investments in various fields and sectors. So my question is, we have investors who are interested in digitalization in property, immovable property and land with the help of the token. So people do that now. So I would like to learn what our government thinks about that. Thank you for your question. About digitalizing land. Well, I'm sure you have heard what the president has said. He said that we should digitalize all land-related processes. This is a sensitive issue. We have 2 agencies working on that, and we have the government for citizens. They're responsible for those land cadasters that we have, and for immovable property cadastre. We have this one single cadastre for immovable property. The land code has been amended in light of this new project. It is being reviewed by the Parliament and by the Senate. So what's the objective here? We want to unite these two, combine these 2 registers, the land register and the immovable property register. We want to have one register. In many countries, they have one register for both land and immovable property. And then all questions about automation in the sphere of immovable property, public services, other processes and land-related issues, together with the Ministry of Agriculture, can be resolved by us. So we're working on that already, and we are hoping that we will have like a single base where we will offer these services. As for the immovable property issue, with second-tier banks we worked on digital mortgage projects, on collateral projects. We worked with Atbasi Bank, and I think those are quite disruptive technologies. So hopefully we'll be able to do more and more in developing these services jointly with our partners. As our practice shows, when you work with Kaspi, Halyk and other second-tier banks, the more you work with them, the more you collaborate with them, with the private sector, I mean, then the higher the level of these services are. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, our panel session is over. Allow me, on behalf of the Foreign Investors Council, express our gratitude to the Ministry of Digitalization for organizing such a fantastic forum, for this opportunity on this platform to talk to you, to share our plans with you. I would like to thank our audience. And I would also like to say that at the FIC and at our working group, we will promote this issue of digitalization. So if you are interested in certain areas, if you want to work with us on IT-related issues, the Secretariat will be happy to receive your questions and proposals. IT is a cool industry. Digitalization is where the future lies. Everything is developing rapidly. Thank you very much. Everybody have a productive day.
Тақырыбындағы панельдік сессия аяқталды. Мұнда айтылған цифрлық шешімдер инвесторлар алдында Қазақстанның инвестициялық ахуалын арттырады және бизнестің әлеуметтік миссиясын іске асыруда оң нәтиже береді деп үміттенеміз. Назар аударғандарыңыз үшін рахмет. Барлық спикерлерге және модератор Сәкен Жұмашевке алғысымызды білдіреміз. Panel session Investors' Choice came to an end. We hope that the digital solutions presented here will improve the investment climate in Kazakhstan to investors and will have a positive effect of the social mission of business. Thank you for your attention. Панельная сессия Investors' Choice подошла к концу. Надеемся, что цифровые решения, озвученные здесь, повысят инвестклимат Казахстана в глазах инвесторов и окажут положительный эффект в реализации социальной миссии бизнеса. Благодарим за внимание. Құрметті көрермендер, технопарктер экономикалық дамудың катализаторы ретінде стратегиялар мен құралдар панельдік сессиясы қазір басталуда. Барлықтарыңызды сахнаны босатуларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые дамы и господа, начинаем панельную сессию технопарки как катализатор экономического развития. Просим всех освободить сцену, дабы подготовиться на следующую панельную сессию. Спасибо за понимание. Құрметті көрермендер, панельдік сессиямызды бастаймыз. Орындарыңызға жайғасып, телефондарыңызды үнсіз режимге қоюларыңызды сұраймыз. Дорогие дамы и господа, начинаем панельную сессию. Просим всех пройти по местам и поставить телефоны на беззвучный режим. Всех спикеров и модераторов просим пройти на сцену. Модераторы мен спикерлерді сахнаға шақырамыз. Дамы и господа, следующая панельная сессия начнется через 2 минуты. Просим всех занять свои места. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session on the topic will start in 3 minutes. Please take your seats and make sure to put your phone on silent mode. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, біздің панельдік сессиямыздың басталуына 2 минут қалды. Барлықтарыңызды орындарыңызға өтулеріңізді сұраймыз. Технопарктер экономикалық дамудың катализаторы ретінде панельдік сессиямызды бастаймыз. The next panel session is Technoparks as a catalyst for economic development starts now. Панельная сессия «Технопарки как катализатор экономического развития» начинается прямо сейчас. Наш модератор Авигайль Минаши. Встречайте!
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm really excited because the audience, I see great audience, great people, a lot of young people, and we are in a great city. It's a big pleasure to be here. And it's a great honor for me to moderate this session because we've got here international experts, seasoned professionals, and it's going to be a very great evolving conversation on how technoparks are directly contributing to economy. So our panel session is going to be in 2 languages, English and Russian, so I will be switching between the languages. I will start with introducing our great speakers today. We'll start with Chubak Temirov, Director of High Technology Park of the Kyrgyz Republic. The next one is Rinat Halimov, CEO of Innopolis Special Economic Zone. Following is Peter Tansen, founder of Global Technology Innovation Partnership, CEO of Nanjing Tansen International Technology Transfer Center. It's great to welcome a great woman in tech leader, Bella Harutyunyan, Gyumri Technology Center. And Farhad Ibragimov, CEO of IT Park Uzbekistan. Last but not least, Dmitry Makaruk, Director of the Brest Science and Technology Park. So today we will be covering a very interesting topic on the role of technoparks, what activities, the focus of the technoparks, and how it is directly contributing to the economy. And the second focus that we would like to elaborate on will be on what are the challenges, what are we doing wrong, what can we change, how we can improve. And the third one, probably the most exciting for everyone, is what does the future like, how we are envisioning the future. So how the technoparks will be functioning, being managed in the future. So some basic rules that I would like to highlight. If you're having your phones, please put them on silent. And a little request to speakers, since we have a limit of time, there will be a limit for answering every question. So the first round, it will be pretty flexible, so you can use 3 minutes to talk about yourself and about your organization. But the rest, after that, we'll be limiting it to 1 and maximum 1.5 minutes. All right, and we will start with asking a very interesting question from Chubak Temirov. As far as we know, Kyrgyzstan's high technology park really focuses on export, and export is great for economy, right? So can you give us an overview of the high technology park and its role in contributing to the economy and promoting the IT sector in Kyrgyzstan? Thank you.
Yep. Hello, everyone. My name is Chubak Tibirov. Great question. So I would like to tell you very briefly that the High Technology Park is a special legal tax regime, like in Astana happened in IT Park of Uzbekistan. So we started as a first park in Central Asia in 2011. We have a special law on the High Technology Park that was passed. And now, by this moment, we have about 260 companies working for the high-tech park. And as Avi mentioned, we are highly export-oriented. So we have, as one type of requirement at the High Technology Park is that 80% of the company's revenue should come as a result of exports. So therefore, 95% of our companies are exporting. For example, I can bring you one example. Let's say last year the overall the income of the companies was about $50 million, and the 90% came as a result of exports. So we are highly export oriented, and if to talk to relation to the national economy, so we are bringing money from other countries that are spent locally. So we have a logic, work in KG and live in KG and work with the world. So I think we are realizing this, let's say, quotation at the best possible case. And then plus I can say that last 3 years we also started to pay more attention to local market by working closely with universities, helping being a bridge between the private sector and universities, and also having some pilot courses on data analytics. And we also started this year to have the special fund, and we want to start investing to startups from the own budget of the High Technology Park. And the first, we will have that opportunity in March on our Central Asian Tech Award ceremony, where we are planning as 3 parks to send the first companies to Silicon Valley. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. So my question is to Rinat. Well, Rinat is coming from Tatarstan, which is like, we have a lot of commonalities, language-wise, culture-wise. I'm really excited to visit Kazan one day. And we know it's big in tech. If you could tell, so I'll be switching to Russian. Если вы нам расскажете, вы здорово...
It'll be great if you could talk about your park with us. We know that technologies in Tatarstan are developing very well. And so how does that impact the local economy or perhaps even the national economy? Thank you. Thank you. Well, if this session is conducted in English, I think I can switch to English.
Established in 2015, and basically for today we are the largest innovative park among all the regions in Russian Federation. About 400 companies are located in Innopolis. That's over about 7,000 people working in those companies, and investment volume is about $1 billion again into those companies, most of them which are startups. We have a few unicorns as well, presented here today on the exhibition, companies entering to Kazakhstan and CIS markets. And in total about 150,000 square meters of facilities, both industrial and office facilities. As all the technical parks here, of course, we provide tax incentives and different services to companies, especially in terms of working with investors, business angels, venture funds, etc., etc. Well, answering your question, in general, our main goal is to grow. We believe in the synergy which appears inside technoparks. A great example, obviously, is the Silicon Valley, but we also focus a lot on education. So we have a big IT university based in Innopolis University, and I think that is the main key to success to any industrial park, to any innovative park, where you can have both education and industry in one area. This is why we have about 20 modern R&D centers and companies and students working together on real innovative products.
Thank you so much. I'll be having a question about education in the next round. So we have Peter Tenson here with a very interesting background, having done a lot of projects and work in China and globally. Yes, if you could tell about what are the main activities of tech parks in China and how it is contributing to economy.
Okay, sure. First of all, I just want to say thank you very much.
I think we can't hear you well. Maybe a little bit closer.
Do I need to get closer, or can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah,
hello?
it's better.
First, I want to thank you for the organizers for inviting me, and also to say I'm very happy to be back in Kazakhstan after many years. I was here in an earlier stage, about 24 years ago, during the when I was working for a U.S. database company. At that time, we were helping to some of the early digitization initiatives that were taking place in Kazakhstan with some of the government agencies. So I'm very delighted to see that we maybe perhaps planted a seed, and now I see a huge startup community has developed across Kazakhstan. So that's refreshing to see. As far as China, China has obviously been driven largely by their tech parks in terms of transforming from a manufacturing industrial base, being the factory of the world, towards an innovation-driven model. So that the parks have been integral to that transformation. They started their programs many years ago, probably 40 years ago, with a big program called the Torch program across China. And they have branches in at least 50 cities now. And those are still extremely active. Some are more successful than others. The major activities of the parks are like Parks Anywhere. They provide, first of all, facilities and infrastructure for companies to come in. But beyond that, they're moving more and more towards service-driven models where they provide mentoring and additional services to companies that come in to help them through their journey, and also providing some of the networking capabilities. They're very active in running events, competitions. They're also very active in providing funding. So funding has been a big factor of the success story in China. And the government has at every level, at the central level, at the central government in Beijing, at the provincial levels, at the regional levels, at the local level, city and district, they provide usually a fund, a mother fund, and that's there to help subsidize the local investors. So they provide typically 20% of the investment for free. So that helps that provides additional incentives. So generally there are thousands of parks across China. Most are government-based. There are some private parks as well. Some are obviously extremely successful. Parks like Tuss Park, you may have heard of, the Tsinghua University Science Parks. And additionally, we have in Hong Kong, we have the Hong Kong Science Technology Park, very successful. So there's a whole range of parks across China. So it'd be hard for me to, without taking up all the time, going into much more detail than that.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be coming back with the questions about the investment and so on. And my question is to Bella. It's great having women leader in here, and if you could talk more about how your organization supports innovation and how it's contributing to the economy. And another thing that I learned about is that Armenia is great in women in tech. So having a lot of women in technology and on leading positions. If you could also elaborate on this topic, telling more about how having women in tech is actually contributing to the tech sector and the economy itself. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me on your panel. So I actually represent Enterprise Incubator Foundation, short EIF, which is the largest incubator in Armenia, and it basically facilitates all the innovation services, and it facilitates the IT sector itself. So I personally manage Gyumri Technology Center, which was the first regional model for high-tech development, and it has proven to be successful. And IT sector, it's not a secret that it's the fastest developing sector in Armenia, actually, driving all the other industries with it. As far as women are considered trailblazers in Armenia. Some of the most successful startups are founded by women, And we see that that's positioning Armenia in terms of being very attractive for international investment. And in general, when I talk to colleagues, the model for high-tech development in Armenia is a little bit different in the sense that we are more focused on R&D establishment. So it's usually multinationals who are product-driven and who actually build products in Armenia. And that drives employment and innovation and different models for development with it. As far as supporting women in tech, I do believe that so far role models do the job. So we're seeing more engagement, and actually 40% of the sector in Armenia are women. What I would also like to mention, which I find quite interesting, is that women lead the bioengineering sector in Armenia. So I think that's quite cool and exciting and opens doors for other industries as well. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. 40% is, I think you guys are like world leaders in that numbers, because even in like very developed countries, I think this number is still very low.
Actually, at some point, we even beat the US, so I think it is something to be proud of.
Right. Thank you so much. Well, the next speaker and the country is very interesting, and I think in the last 2-3 years, Uzbekistan has been showing amazing breakthrough in tech. And Farhad, if you could tell us an overview on how IT Park Uzbekistan is doing and what activities are you doing and its impact on the local IT industry and as a result on local economy.
Abigail, thank you very much. Hello from one more time. We didn't see each other before. Thank you very much everyone for inviting me here, especially the host, Astana Hub, Tech Garden, for a very warm host. We like it to stay here very much. Thank you very much. And regarding your question, a brief interview about the IT Park. It is founded 2019. Now we have 600 plus employees, over than 205 offices across Uzbekistan, over than 1,100 plus companies who's registered. 350 of them belong, almost 400 belong them to the export. 200 educational companies as well. We gather not only software development companies, we also the IT education there as well, and the business process outsourcing is back office work for the United States especially. Now it is the turnover of the companies is over than $500 million, and the exports over than 130 million. So this is very short information about me, and I think the next questions will share the more information. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the numbers are great, and I think one of the biggest differences of Uzbekistan is that you focus on regions, so you have representations in regions as well.
Exactly. This is what we would like to benchmark to the other countries as well, especially neighbors. This is quite, because the huge number of the talents exist there. So this is multiply ways of the identify them, to give them the same education as the cities get, to the rural areas especially. So this is what we can discuss after this forum. Thank you.
Which makes sense, right? Because a lot of, like, the biggest part of population are also in the regions. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Just one remark, 36 million, this is the biggest population in Central Asia, and can you imagine that 20 million of them belong under the 30? So this is the exact time to pay attention for the IT. Fastest and most efficient way to make them find the job.
Absolutely. This is what beautiful about Central Asia is that we are young nation, young demography. It's like very, very big thing that we can use to promote our countries and work with our younger population. And in here also I see a lot of young people who are like aspiring to get to grasp this knowledge, which is really exciting. So last but not least, Dmitry, Дмитрий, у вас очень интересный...
Dmitry, you have a very interesting case because today we will talk a little bit about the artificial intellect and about the future. And now, as never before, it has become relevant to discuss not only IT but more IT software, but even more IT as applied science. When IT makes penetration into different sectors of economy, and your park is about this, would be very interesting to hear from you about it. Good day, everyone. I'm pleased to participate in this kind of event. It's quite seldom that I run out my business cards in the first day. Yesterday, I ran out of my business cards before the end of the day. So the case we have is built around the human resources in Brest. We have the park in Brest. We work with our technical university, with the Department of Artificial Intellect, which is 20 years old this year. The technology is 50 years old, and the artificial intellect is developing in Brest based on the neural networks. Currently, this is a trend. There are a lot of children which are learning Python because it helps to program the neural networks. This is an art for the sake of art. And today and yesterday I saw projects which I can see all over the world, and usually they are based on the data sets which are formed in the local database in Belarus, in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and European Union countries. The easiest example is medical examination. Yesterday and today I saw database on the computer tomography, CT, and MRI also. This is the same, but these are the local commands. And today, when the prime ministers were speaking, there was an opinion expressed that this database should be joined. Why? Because the artificial intellect is a tool. If you can download specific data there, the result will be strong. The precision of diagnosis of oncology and screening of the cancer cells will make up 99%. Indeed, this is wow effect, because the medical staff with a higher qualification, the ceiling is 80-85%. This is what we call practical application, and we have a more interesting task, the low demand artificial intellect in the industry. If we go to China, to Europe, to the US, the number one are the companies using the databases, collecting data, and so on. I think this is one of the challenges of the Brest Technopark, that the process of IT and digitalization is involving the manufacturing facilities. This is what we are trying to implement. Thank you very much. We will come back to you again for sure.
Technoparks. We will cover the topic about the international partnerships. How are we promoting our countries, our region abroad? And my question is to Chubak. Can you please share your experience in establishing international partnerships and promoting the potential of Kyrgyzstan as a regional IT hub in Central Asia?
Yeah, great question. And I think this is the most important for technoparks, so how they promote globally. From previous discussion, I've already said that we are highly export-oriented technopark, and therefore this is a very crucial part for us. And therefore last year with the Association of Software Developers and Services, together we organized the first Central Asian forum in New York City. This was a Central Asian forum, first in New York, where our colleagues from other parks, and this is also a collaboration between our Central Asian parks, which is a great example. IT Park from Uzbekistan and Astana Hub also helped us to contribute to this event, and they, more than 40 companies actually visited from Central Asia directly to New York and organized that forum. So first of all, our goal was to show our potential as a Central Asian destination to first our diasporas. As you know, as a 80 million population, we have a lot of people living in the US, being residents of US, and having a good jobs. So first of all, our goal was to tell them that we are ready to help you to get some of your job. And I think the first idea was really great. The results are good because some of our companies are already getting some orders. As you know, in IT sector, it's a bit hard in a short period of time to get some orders from the clients. And we already have some residents that got clients from the US. I think that was a great example, and this was an example of what we already are doing. So in general, we had a lot of tours last year with the association, and this year we also are planning as a Turkic states 5 technoparks to open the first. And this was the initiative of Astana Hub, the so-called IT house. The name is still under consideration, but it will be, let's say, a place where all Turkey countries will have their own space to incubate, to elaborate, and to have branch there, so we can have more exports, have our startups to grow, get investments directly from Silicon Valley, and this is their goal. Yeah.
Thank you. Just wanted to remind if second round of question is 1 minute, but it was really interesting answer. Thank you so much. So you mentioned IT Park Uzbekistan. Unfortunately, we don't have Astana Hub here represented. So the question is for you. So Chubak is mentioning how important it is to have Central Asian cooperation. If you can elaborate on this, why it's important to unite Central Asia or any regional cooperation, the role of it. And also Uzbekistan is doing like great job in attracting investment and doing international cooperation. If you can elaborate on this, please.
Yes. First question regarding the collaboration regionally. This is very important because when we visited European countries or the United States, none of the biggest companies, they don't have information about us. Formerly it was the former USSR, and most of them, they know the Russia, and other countries, it's just, if they don't have still business there, it is unknown. But they know that Central Asia. Then they know that what Central Asia, but which is consists of each country, but many of them, unfortunately, still don't know. That's why it is easiest way with the population of the Central Asia, with the capacity, first of all, that's to gather all the investment what we have and to go to the foreign market together. But before that, we should implement the services and the product which is developed in our origin country to the Central Asian countries or to the region CIS countries to get stronger, then to get to the foreign markets. So that's why it is also possible to do, if we do it individually, it's almost impossible or very complicated. It's easy to make it together. Now, before, as Chubak said, that we just talked 1 hour before with Astana Hub members, with the CEO of Astana Hub, and we talk about how to set up the our offices, jointly office, regional office in the United States, in the Silicon Valley. So next step, so I think very soon that proposal will be sent to the countries which is developing the Central Asia, regional countries. So we will see if there will be any kind of interest from the other CIS countries, will be very interesting for them. So it's regarding that. This is important. And the second question was regarding the
attracting investment from other countries.
Yeah. You know, we are focusing mostly for the service-oriented business, for software development. Tell you why. Uzbekistan is not only Tashkent, it's not the capital, it is 13 additional regions, and the most populated regions are there. So that's why, but we should know that level of getting education, high quality education, is not equal. Unfortunately, that's why if we pay attention only for the products, only for startups, so that could be quite complicated. We will be on the top of the iceberg. we cannot gather all the, we should pay attention to the education first. As I told you, in our presentation to the prime ministers, we said that over 2 million high school students now learning IT, 2 million. It is not information lessons, this is IT, this is Python, this is front end, this is additionally there we have the 2 different courses. So that means that after the 3 years the situation will be changed. But the problem is we try to negotiate with the foreign customers regarding to have the development office in Uzbekistan. This is still unknown market for them. That's why we are trying to invite them to come to Uzbekistan or to our region to see what's going on there and to set up their, sometimes it will be a foreign company, sometimes it will be joint venture, to set up and start the business in Uzbekistan. It is quite complicated in this stage to sell our services directly to that country because the South Asia and the India, they made a lot for this. So this is the current strategy for that.
Hey, thank you so much. 2 million people sounds very, very impressive, and I think this is going to be a great contribution to entire Central Asia. And as far as I understood, if to sum up, so getting united, this regional cooperation is important in the sense of funding, so that you have funding together, and in attracting international companies to the region. And you also gave like really good example of European Union. When you go to Europe, you go to Schengen zone, you want to travel in different countries. And when you come to Central Asia, you probably want to do this too. And business-wise, it's also like great takeaway.
Yes, so this is just one additional information. We set up the office in the Germany for European Union, and the Central Asian countries, they can use the same office, because that's the same company, for distribute their services to the European market. So this is one of the good examples, I think.
Right. Yeah, so Chubak mentioned very interesting thing about diaspora, and that is very like good way of making the world learn about Central Asian potential. And I know that Armenia is doing a great job in using the resources and maybe fame of some of the great celebrities in Armenia who are like originally Armenian but living abroad. So if you could tell more about like, yeah, Armenia became like really good, started having really good startup ecosystem, also has great AI school. So if you could tell what's the role of diaspora in Armenia, how are you guys doing this, how are you building this, so that we can also, the audience and ourselves can learn from your perspective and experience.
So we strongly believe in the concept of co-creation. And I do think that diaspora is, in a way, a phenomena which we have been able to use to our advantage, but it does have a lot of potential which hasn't been untapped yet. And the incentives actually are jointly implemented with the government. And there are several programs in place right now which encourage even young startups from diaspora to come and establish a business in Armenia. And there are incentives to use the professional potential which is abroad. It is very interesting in terms of business development because, like the colleagues mentioned, also for Armenia, it is a similar case. We are an expert-based industry in the sense that 70% of the IT solutions are exported abroad. And in terms of business development, I think diaspora is playing and has played a huge role in that sense to promote the products, Armenian products, to other markets. We actually had our first unicorn recently, Pixart, and they have been able to use, you mentioned influencers, so I have to say Kim Kardashian, to promote their product abroad, and that has created a certain hype and kind of set a trend of how this power can be used to an advantage. I would also like to elaborate on the co-creation concept in terms of the international partnerships. It's not only about investments, but it's also about the potential in the sense of how the brains can come together. And if we're thinking about building a future, which is not going to look like anything that it does right now, it's really about leveraging knowledge. And EIF is actually hosting several initiatives in that sense, like a global science incubation program, where we're trying to solve global challenges and find solutions which can be used everywhere in different countries. So I don't know if there's anybody in the audience who has anything to do with science, but the call is open, and the partner countries are also welcome to apply. I think that's a great way to co-create together.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really grateful for this platform, because I think that it's not just us delivering great message to the audience, but actually it's going to be a platform for us to learn from each other and to build some collaborations. So we're moving to the topic of the challenges. On what are the challenges? What should the government do, or maybe other stakeholders do, for the tech parks to grow and even do our jobs better? Rinat, if you can tell more about what are the challenges of your technopark is facing right now?
Well, I think the obvious challenges are geopolitical right now. So we as a technopark are always about the business environment. However, obviously we are in the high influence of political situation. Despite of that, most of our companies today and previously they were focused on domestic market, and Russia is still weak in that regards, and this is why we haven't been affected as much. But obviously, IT is a global industry, and well, there's no logistics in IT, right? So basically, you can be based in any country in the world, and you can do business in any other country of the world. You can be based in Almaty, and all your sales may come from Europe, for instance, or China. Doesn't matter. So in that regards, I think our major goal is to keep improvement of the services which we provide and help our companies go global. That's the main mission we see. Despite of any challenges, it doesn't really matter, because let's put it that way. People move in any part of the world, and political situation also change. But the important part of that is to create companies that can be globally competitive. Let's put it that way. And if they are based in any if their offices, R&D offices, are based in our region, in Tatarstan, and then they go global, we believe that we do our job quite well. So I think now any country will face a challenge, including all the CIS countries here today, a challenge of companies which basically born from technoparks, doesn't matter which. We have an agreement with Uzbekistan IT Park, for instance, but the market, even the CIS market, is too small. So they will basically grow further and further. And challenge for everybody will be to keep those companies, not the companies as a structure, but let's say keep the smart people within their domestic markets, within their countries. because it's just like a stairs. A next step, what you finish your acceleration program in any IT park which is based here. Then obviously company grows, it goes to another markets. And we must admit that in the world there are a lot of locations where IT companies can go with a better climate, let's say, better political environment, same tax incentives or even better tax incentives that any of us here can provide. So the question here is what you can do to make the companies become global, but at the same time to be, as a country, a part of that company's success. So that's the main challenge, and I think it's a challenge not only for Russia or for any region of Russia, but for any country on post-Soviet Union. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think Rinat has highlighted like really good questions and challenges that we are all facing, like maybe for some countries it's image crisis and building this credibility. Another thing is how do we stand out? There's, as Farhad mentioned, Southeast Asia, there's India, there's like other countries with better climate, better time zone. So yeah, that's a really good point. And another thing is that I think this world is changing and it can be hectic, and the ability to adapt is very, very good thing. And I think this is something that a lot of parks in Russia are now experiencing. Thank you. So, Peter, yeah, we would like to learn more about what are we as tech parks doing wrong, but from Chinese perspectives. What is this leading country in technology and leading in many, many sectors, world leader obviously, is doing wrong? What are the mistakes? What's not working? Thank you.
So what's not working in China specifically or generally?
Yeah, the
for
challenges that they're facing.
Well, okay. Well, first I just want to say I'm very gratified to hear that some of our speakers are talking about unifying some of the tech parks across Central Asia and across the CIS region. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, a little bit closer.
I think one of the main things that's really needed is a rebranding, to be perfectly honest, of the CIS region. It's really a no man's land, not only from the Western point of view, where I'm from. So if I talk to people you mentioned in New York and in London, they know about the stands, and that's about it. And they're a bit hazy on the geography, and generally it doesn't have a great reputation. And you're also kind of between a rock and a hard place. From the Chinese point of view, they also don't know much. They kind of lump you together. They don't really, you're kind of a flyover or a transit point to Europe. So I think there's a lot of potential. That kind of brings me to some of the challenges generally, I think, for tech parks, or maybe a trend, I would say. And that is, really we have to ask ourselves, do we really need a lot of buildings, shiny buildings? We really need the tech parks as they stand now. China's built a lot, invested a lot, but I think we're moving to a period where we're, especially after COVID, we discovered very quickly we don't really need to be in the office all the time. As my colleague from Kazan mentioned, we're really talking about a global business. We talk about digital assets. We don't need to have really think too much about, in most cases, about logistics. So I think a general trend and a general challenge will be taking more of a decentralized approach. So that would be one thing. So basically, everything the ingredients you need in a tech park are really support for the you need human capital, you need people, and you can source those globally now. You need money, you need capital funding. You can also source those globally now. You can decentralize. You need mentorship for the startups that are involved. That could be also decentralized. We're doing a lot of that with our own company right now, doing programs via Skype and Zoom, etc. You need markets, and markets are now global. So I think a lot of things. I think the trend will be towards more decentralization, less shiny buildings. I think there'll also be a trend towards more sector-specific parks or platform-oriented parks around a particular technology platform, around a company. If you look at some of the most successful examples in China, we have parks, especially like in Hangzhou, based around Alibaba's ecosystem. So a lot of that will be based around particular platform technologies. And I think that's going to be an increasing trend. And I think there'll be also a requirement from governments, from taxpayers, to be more market-oriented to show better results. So I think parks will become more market-oriented as well. So I think these are some of these will address some of the challenges. I think a lot of the major problem, I would say, for Chinese parks is that they lack focus. They're all over the place. Everybody is a lot of Me Too. So you have a few.
They lack, sorry, what?
They lack focus. They
Focus.
lack a real sense of what, a sense of purpose. So they see whatever the people are doing, and yeah, we do that, and we do that. We do a little bit of AI, we do a little bit of medical devices, we do a little bit of, fourth generation manufacturing. So you get a real mishmash, and you don't have enough focus. The government's trying to address that now, and trying to, and also in China, you tend to have a lot more top-down, just because the nature of the economy. It's much more government-driven. In the U.S., where I come from, it's been much more of a bottom-up approach. There's been more organic sort of development. So I think maybe my time's up.
Yeah. Thank you. So if we sum up, it's a lack of focus, and the approach is that it's not naturally growing, but it's from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's the nature of the Chinese economy. It's a different system from the Western economies, but it does present bureaucracy. It does present other problems. I think the government recognizes that, and they're trying to they're taking much more, paying more attention to that.
Thank you. So, мы, получается, как Центральная Азия, очень...
So we as Central Asia learn a lot from Belarus. Belarus is a very interesting country, and we have wonderful relations. I think all the parks in Central Asia look at Belarus, learn from Belarus. And Dmitry, please tell us where, maybe from the government side or from other stakeholders, support is needed, what should be improved, where we should make the focus on to make the techno parks work with bigger scale and faster, like in your case. The state as a regulator sees as it sees, and market reacts according to the conditions in the market. And for the challenges in IT, the main focus is on the personnel, because in Belarus, if I am not mistaken, about 10,000 persons work only in Belarus in the techno park, but Adopkin's opinion, the founder of the park, is that they can employ 40,000 people more, and they would not be able to fulfill all the orders they have. So the first challenge the companies face is the personnel. So the educational model had its advantage, but it does not use the expertise-based approach. Therefore, our high technology park, there is an IT university technology, and here I see the key role of the state, which would create conditions for the maximum obtaining of specialists in IT in different directions. So we are talking about hard and soft skills at the same time. Unfortunately, this is a challenge for any state participating in this forum, because we are preparing and training, educating the geniuses who know about everything, but they cannot work. When they come to IT companies, when they come to work, they have the internship jobs, but they must be jobs after the universities. This is the position in the Belarus state too. Thank you very much. Great. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Therefore, I would like to suggest to make a format to have one more round where speakers will tell us in general about the ideal world, how technoparks should operate, what may we have in the future for us, ourselves, for technoparks. A lot of challenges and difficulties were stated. If those problems are solved, what will be the future trend?
Envisioning our future, And in the end, once we wrap it up, I will be talking about ChatGPT, AI, and how it's going to affect. Because from one side, we are producing a lot of programmers. From another side, we really want to position Central Asia, Russia, Armenia as Belarus as tech destinations, but maybe AI will change. So yeah, just maybe like 50 seconds or 30 seconds on what do you think what the future is going to look like. We will start from Chubak. What do you think? What technoparks in the future will be like? What are the future trends? Where are we all moving to?
I would answer as a kind of joke that future will be bright. Yeah, I think collaboration is more and more becoming important, and obviously I not will but already became part of our world. And I think if you talk about trends, so people are always like to ask this question. So all people are going to programming. What will happen? Can AI just replace programmers? Yeah, I think I would say yes and no, because from one side it can just automate some of the processes, but critical thinking, creativity is still at the nutshell and needed thing. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Renat, what do you think?
Well, I think it's not going to be in the future about technoparks. It's going to be about the cities, because there are three major issues when a person, an IT guy, makes a decision to relocate somewhere. First, education and where he can get a good team for doing the job. Second, infrastructure in terms of business environment. And third, and I think that's going to be the most important in the future part, is social environment. So my opinion is it's not going to be about the building of the technopark. It's going to be about the social environment where he lives, because our experience, and 75% of people working in our technopark are relocated from different parts from other regions of Russia. Our experience is that they're not picking up the job, they're picking up a place to live. So if a country could make a good environment for living, kindergartens, schools, safety, safe environments, that's going to be the case where the country will succeed. So IT companies will move not towards the tax incentives, not towards the nice buildings, because now it's all remote, right? We don't have to be located in a specific office or place. It's going to be about the social environment. And the competition will win those countries, those technoparks, who will be able to create that environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was like very great insight. Peter.
Great. I see we're out of time. I'll keep it short. But yeah, echoing on what you just said, what my colleague just said, is the location, I think, is still very important. But I think, again, I think we're going to see a lot more decentralization and a lot more of a kind of a federation approach. So you don't need to have one park. You can have multiple parks working, collaborating together, right? I think we also will see, again, a lot more market focus in parks. Parks need to have a market focus all the way through. That will not change whether we have chat PS or whatever. New technologies come along. And yeah, and thirdly, I would say we need to have it. We'll be seeing a lot.
A little bit closer to microphone, please.
Yeah. Okay. And sorry. Excuse me. And thirdly, we'll be seeing a lot more of a lot more globalization. So I think the parks are becoming. We'll see CIS region becoming more of a digital crossroads and playing a role both in China and in the West. I think that's a very great position for the future of this region because you are in the middle and you do have networks with both. We're starting to see a little bit of a digital divide, by the way, between the West and China. They're adopting different standards and different systems. And I think I think CIS is uniquely positioned to help bridge that. But I think generally we're going to see the future of tech parks become more global entities.
Thank you. Just one more question. We all know that Chinese AI is one of the most trained AIs in the world. And what's up with AI? What's going to happen? How this AI is going to be affecting us, education, population, the amount of people in tech? What do you think?
Well, in every way, really. I mean, China's taking a huge lead. Obviously, they're taking a big lead in certain select areas of AI, particularly things like face recognition. The U.S. and other markets are doing, in UK, for example, are doing different types of AI. So I think China will have a lot of new technology. I think their main resource right now is they have Mnoga data. They got a lot of data to draw from and to train on. So they'll use that as a major asset, and yeah, I think you'll see virtually every sector impacted. But at the end of the day, it's not AI that's going to run us. We're going to be running AI. That's how I see it anyway. So I think you still need smart people, as my colleague echoed, with critical thinking to manage the whole.
Thank you. Yeah, Bella, please elaborate on what the future is going to be like. Let's envision future.
I will try to be very short. I believe the future is about experimentation. I think the future is about transdisciplinarity, because we cannot come up with any global solutions or solve any global problems if we focus on just one area or one discipline. And I also believe that in terms of technoparks, it's about providing the full ecosystem, from education to private sector to finding the market to building the product, and actually making it fun. So that's when the experimentation and transdisciplinarity comes into play. Also, not losing the focus of youth and youth-driven solutions, because in my opinion, that is the future. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Farhad?
By perspective, there is two perspectives. First of all, of IT Park Uzbekistan. From my point of view, we try to make one of the best facilities to set up the development office in Uzbekistan. But there is still work. We should work to provide best financial services for the headquarters. So there are in our regions development offices, but this is only the salary. This is only the salary. The main financial wages is staying still somewhere else. So this is good niche, I think, for our region, and we should work to provide a good financial services with the good law, with the common that law, probably English law even, and to provide the services. This is perspectives of the IT park, but for technoparks, my dream is that to make the IT parks, this is one of the best drivers for developing countries to become the developed countries from the technology point of view. And I think that as soon as that companies become the mature, they don't need any kind of incentives. And there is no need from my point of view. I mean, if you called it on IT, it will be dream to, without technoparks, the companies will develop themselves. They become the mature, and they make the countries very famous without the technoparks. I think that's next 10 years probably we can get closer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dmitry, что нас ждет в будущем?
What can we see in the future? I will agree with Peter with his previous statement that we will have fixation at certain goals and tasks, not solving everything at once, but solving something we can do in the best way. And in fact, we come across the situation that the wide specialization brings to the dissemination of resources, and the businesses are broken up and the teams are spending their resources for nothing. And I represent more European part, although Renat works in the Russian Federation too. For us, fixation is towards Industry 4.0, because industrialization, digitalization is great, but Industry 4.0 is existing with a certain purpose for the Anglo-Saxon world. One of the main factors is lack of the human resources, human capital. This is a challenge for me, and this is the understanding where digitalization is going and where IT is going. IT is not producing milk, bread, or machines, but it can do something to make it faster, better, and without human participation. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I think that your approach is that IT is not simply IT, but an applied sphere, because just programming is cool, but is not enough. It comes to the period when you should know business skills, you should be an expert in agriculture. Would like to say that our IT specialists act as business consultants sometimes, and they can build business processes and improve businesses better than specialists. They do this using figures and digits. My clients say that we feel that we maintain 50% of our personnel for nothing.
Question, and then we are wrapping it up. The last question will be to Peter. So, Peter, as you've heard here, and you also have local contacts of Central Asia. We are aspiring to build these collaborations and cooperation with the West and the East, and you're like perfect person to talk to because you are American living in China and doing like great projects as well as UK. So if you could highlight, like maybe give us like 3 points on what our technoparks should be focusing on and what to develop, what the biggest focus with given this I don't know scary trend of AI and all of this. Thank you.
Well, I can't pretend to be an expert in this region. I've been out here many years ago, and I've come back now, and I see all the transformation. So I'm very impressed, first of all, as I said earlier, with what I've seen and the development that's happened. I think generally the tech parks. I think a few elements that I've heard today. Really kind of brought some interest to me about creating greater collaboration. And as I said earlier, I think branding will be a very important. You know, it comes back to really 3 things. You need to have a value proposition, okay, globally. You know, where do you sit in the marketplace? So you need to have a unique value proposition. So you need to think about that. So this arbitration between East and West could be a good one. Okay, and taking in elements of both. The second is you need to think about how to attract and retain talent. So you need to have attractive. You know, you mentioned my colleague again from Kazan mentioned having people want to live in a place that's attractive, it's comfortable, but also has resources that they can draw from. You know, human resources and personal resources. So that's important to create an attractive environment. Okay, so that would be a second thing. And the third thing is you need to create a better networking capability. Networking is the other area that's very important, I think, to network globally, to increase the amount of networks globally, to really become, really enmeshed. You create your platform here, but I think you need a much stronger integration with China. I think you need a much stronger integration with EU and the US. So those would be my very, very high level sort of recommendations.
Thank you so much. So yeah, it's been a very great pleasure to have you all in here on this great platform. I think it was very interesting to cover all these topics. I just want to ask organizers, do we have like an opportunity to accept one question from the audience? No, we don't have any time, so we need to wrap it up. Thank you so much once again for the audience and the speakers. It was a big pleasure to moderate this session. Thank you.
Технопарктер экономикалық дамудың катализаторы ретінде панельдік сессиямыз аяқталды. The panel session Technoparks as a catalyst for economic development has come to an end. Thank you for your attention. Панельная сессия «Технопарки как катализатор экономического развития» подошла к концу. Всем спасибо за внимание! Құрметті көрермендер, жоғары білім беруді цифрландыру панельдік сессиясын бастау үшін сахнаны босатуларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые дамы и господа, начинаем панельную сессию «Цифровизация высшего образования». Просим всех освободить сцену для начала нового проекта. Құрметті көрермендер, орындарыңызға жайғасып, ұялы телефондарыңыздың дауысын өшіріп қоюларыңызды сұраймыз. Уважаемые дамы и господа, просим вас занять свои места и поставить телефоны на беззвучный режим. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and make sure to put your phones on silent mode. Спикеров следующей сессии просим пройти на сцену. Келесі панельдік сессияның спикерлерін сахнаға шақырамыз. Ханымдар мен мырзалар, жоғары білім беруді цифрландыру панельдік сессиясын бастаймыз. Ladies and gentlemen, panel session on the topic is digitalization of higher education. Дамы и господа, начинаем панельную сессию «Цифровизация высшего образования». Модератор сессии – министр науки и высшего образования Республики Казахстан Саясат Нурбек.
Қадірлі достар, онда біз көп созбай сессиямыз.
Dear friends, we're about to start our session. This is one of the last panel sessions, so we'll talk about education. So we wanted to discuss one very specific issue today. So we have 40 to 50 minutes, and if we cover a very broad topic, then there won't be enough time for us. People will just joke. The Kyrgyz Prime Minister actually joked today, he said that part of his speech was written by GBT. So I apologize, I haven't been able to discuss actually the format of our panel session with all of our speakers. But at the Ministry, we're trying to understand what a digital university is. Why? Because from the point of view of digitalization in this traditional sense that we in the academic community have or understand, Kazakhstan is not doing all that badly. Because you go to a university, you will have a digital library. At the entry, you will see all sorts of equipment. So some basic digital infrastructure with some digital services and instruments are already in place at most universities. And so when people say, are you sure you have the digital university? We say, yes, we do have it. So the ministry and the academic community actually are not quite sure if they understand the digital university notion properly. So we started to take a closer look at it, and then we found that there is no common sort of understanding of that. There was a huge project in Russia. They presented their own project. Then PwC conducted a research study together with British, German, Australian universities. They came up with their own notion and concept of the digital university. So if you take a look at all that, then you will see that there are basically like 2 points here. Number one, the key goal of the digital university, based on those several research studies, is that you don't have to just collect data and then build your basic infrastructure for digital services, but you also need to learn how to work with these data. Most importantly, on the basis of that data, of the data that you get from your students, faculty, and all other stakeholders, you need, based on that, personalize the journey of your student as much as you can, basically inside your university. Come to think of it, every student, similarly to large digital companies, has their own objectives and goals. Somebody wants to become a researcher, somebody wants to become a business owner and an entrepreneur, somebody just wants to get a diploma, some students are sort of made by their parents to enter into this university. And so the goal of the decision-making system that is there, the leadership's, the management's goal is to personalize this journey as much as they can. Because in those research studies that we're looking at very closely now, they mention this notion, student journey map or faculty journey map. They all have these two notions. Second point, decisions on your academic policy, any other administrative decisions, such as how to open or close certain parts of your university library, etc., are also made thanks to data analytics, big data analytics. This sort of makes the infrastructure of your university to be transformed so that you meet the requirements of your main clients, students and faculty. Point number 3. First, universities were mass universities. A large number of students were enrolled, there was a certain program, and then we basically tried to make sure whether the students complied with this one program for everyone. Then we introduced minor subjects, other subjects. So through these additional components in your curriculum, you were able to individualize some elements. Now, with the help of digital services, you can take another step forward. You can personalize the individual journey of each and every student as much as you can, so that out of those administrative academic services that are provided by the university, that student could, with the help of those services, sort of build their own individual map and development journey. And so that's the ambition that we have right now. And for that, we entered into important agreements. Over the past 6 months, we have done a lot with Coursera several months ago, and back in September, we signed a 3-year agreement. It will allow to choose courses out of a large course pool, and then you will be able to select out of those courses that have already been selected by the university, and actually 50 of them have already been translated into Russian and Kazakh, and so they will become career electives, so that apart from your main course, your major, every student in Kazakhstan could say that I have a skill that is basically sort of confirmed by my certificate and diploma. Say I majored in political science, but I also have other skills that are confirmed by big data analytics, etc., etc. So 54 courses have been selected. Also, we have a large number of agreements that we're signing with MasterCard. Actually, I see some partners here. Our MasterCard Academy courses will be made available to our students free of charge. So HP, Microsoft, Huawei, 50 digital laboratories will be open in 50 of our universities until the end of the year. So we want to arm our students, so to speak, as much as we can, not only with this core program curriculum, but also with a whole set of personalized instruments, so that when they graduate, they are armed very well. So let's start with a mini presentation of our pilot project. We are not able to launch all of these instruments straight away. We decided to pilot them, and I am a firm believer of pilots. One pilot will be launched at our Satpayev University. Miram will tell us briefly about that project. And the second pilot will be launched at the regional level at the Serikbayev East Kazakhstan University. Sauliya, by the way, is the first female rector of a technical technological university. Myself being a member of commission, actually I insisted on her becoming the first female rector, so that we are gender equal. So we had many female rectors, but we didn't have female rectors of any technical universities. So she has the carte blanche, and I would also like to ask our esteemed experts to criticize us or to share submit their proposals to us. So we will make sure that there is time left so that we can listen to your recommendations. Arman Suleyman, by the way, is returning to Kazakhstan, and we're very happy about that. So we'll start, I think we'll start with you, and then after Miram shares his view with us. Thank you so much, dear friends. First of all, our message is the following. Education today cannot be the education that we had 20 or 10 years ago. The first lecture, Saysat Nurbekovich, remember about 5 years ago you talked about flexibility, adaptivity, and openness. And so how open are we today? How flexible are we today? How is our education system adaptive? So when a client approaches us and we say our university is student-oriented, so are we able to provide them with our adaptive programs? Well, first of all, we have online courses that are available for a large number of students. So we must create these online courses for a large number of people ourselves. They need to be competitive. The student, when they come to us, they can choose our lecturer or somebody from Coursera. So how open are we? Then, secondly, are we adaptive when we work with our students? We had this argument between one professor and one student. The professor says, it works for me when I teach in such and such at such and such time. And the student says, it works for me when lectures are at such and such points of time. And so higher education, is it really student-oriented in that regard? And third message is the following. Digitalization and the digital ecosystem. Well, first of all, let's say the following. The digital ecosystem is not only opportunities, equipment, machines, and what we teach. Most importantly, how we teach. That's the question. Those subjects that we taught yesterday, so we have lots of students, and then we just read off. So that doesn't work anymore. Now we have a generation of children that consume information in a different way. They have shorter attention spans. And those online resources that we have in Coursera, sort of, that material is stored in bits and pieces, so to speak, not in over one period of 45 minutes. So we must make sure that we have a proper digital trajectory for our students. So if the student is required to submit something on paper, this is wrong already. We are creating a digital university from the very first steps that the student will take. From open online resources, we take all the information, and that's where that student's life journey begins. Perhaps that student will become a researcher or an engineer, or he will become an entrepreneur. So the student will work on that himself. And so he will be able to adaptively sort of change this trajectory inside the university. And the university that must train our students, they must train them to work in a specific industry. And then you can track the whole trajectory of that student. So you will see what skills and competencies the student was acquiring, what papers they submitted. So today, from the very first year at the university, the student will be building their trajectory. We also need to mention methodologies that can be used in the digital university. So we are doing that in a pilot format. Of course, adaptive technologies need to be mentioned. VR and AI technologies, the meta-universe technology. So if we use all these technologies at our university, then the student will be able to use the territory of the university as the library of the university. So we take a book from the library and we start reading it. That's one thing. But another thing is where you can continue your trajectory from the library in any way you want. You can learn online, you can learn offline. So that'll be up to the student to choose. And then lecturers will be also be able to teach both offline and online. Now, let's talk about the employer. The employer must be able to see the whole trajectory of the student, and they can themselves take part in forming those skills that they need. They can come to us and say, the educational trajectory should reflect the requirements of our industry. Please train specialists for us that have digital skills, or students that are able to have cross-sectoral skills. And so ultimately, they will get an employee who will be able to manage and work with pilotless devices. They can also work with data science and data analytics. And all that will become possible if all data are available openly. And if we have our faculty also that have these skills, we will be able to transform into this digital university. Very briefly. Thank you. It's a shame we're not able to see your presentation. But dear friends, a lot of work will be done by the ministry to amend our legislation, regulatory framework, and our academic understanding of this issue. We will be able, hopefully, and we need to individualize and personify education. I was appointed as the minister in June, and I amended the state educational standards in August already. We got rid of those tough restrictions for the duration. So 200 credits, and that was it. So in August, those restrictions were lifted, and now if the employer wants or requires, now you can graduate the university in just 3 or 3.5 years. So now you're allowed to do that. If your university wants to hire lecturers from outside with industrial experience, without any academic degrees, also that you will be allowed to do that. The so-called adjunct lecturers. That was again done in August. If the university wants to do hybrid learning or online learning, again, they will be allowed to do that. The policy, the regulatory policy will be reviewed in a serious way. From this year, we'll be regulating from scratch, so to speak. We will not control universities and audit them constantly. Now we have a very tough system of indicators. So if the university does everything correctly and if it's climbing the national rankings, finally, by the way, we will have the single national rankings. It will be created with the help of various methodologies. We went actually to the UK, Times Higher Education Rankings and QS Higher Education Rankings. Those are leading rankings. So those indicators will be used by us so that any university, if they comply with certain requirements, they'll be able to climb the national rankings, and that will be correlated with international higher education rankings. And the leadership of universities will be able to know what they're doing rightly, what they're not doing rightly. If they're doing everything correctly, we will not interfere. Then also the academic policy needs to be reviewed in a serious way. In the register of state educational programs, we have about 9,000 programs. 70% of them actually nobody reviewed. Do we need them? Does the employer need them? Do they comply with those requirements that we have in various professional standards developed by employers? Again, a lot of work needs to be done in this area. So, but the topic today is digitalization in higher education, the digital university. So, Alya Arman, I would like to pass the floor to you. He just got back from the US. He's full of new ideas. And he also has many years' experience working as a CEO in a large company. So he returned finally to Kazakhstan. Arman is one of the founders of the first so-called flow schools in Factorium. So basically, an informal school became a serious, large project. So we're very happy, Arman, that you returned and you're passionate. So do you have any new insights while you were working in the private sector?
Thank you for your invitation, for these warm and kind words. I will try to comply. So, just some of my thoughts before the beginning of the session. Somebody said that the topic is digital higher education institution. I would like to share some random ideas I have in the last 10 minutes. I would like to start by saying that university is a sort of bundle of several ingredients. On the one hand, these are skills. Somebody is going to the university just to get skills. Second, wide knowledge and understanding to be a citizen of this world. Third is community of friends. Many people continue communicating and doing business with the people from your university. From university and from school. School is a sort of accident because we live in the same district. That's why we go to the same school. It's different with the university. Number 4, maybe it's the best archaism. This is integration of the unemployment. Many parents request their children to go to the higher education institution because it's sort of guarantee of a better future for them. In the additional education, what is happening now? These small programs like ours or other programs, they do not try to fight with the universities directly. They take one of the ingredients and try to do it better than the higher education institution. If we talk about skills only, if you want to become a pastor in something, there is no need to spend 4 years at the university. You can use a good camp for this. You become a craftsman. You will not have a general understanding of the world. And impression is another important point at the university. Minerva is, on one hand, this is a digital institute or university. I will add something on Minerva. So when I read about Minerva for the first time, they make everything in online, but they all live in 8 different campuses all over the world. So you have the effect 8 times multiply. This is not Helsinki, Seoul, or others. You see 8 different cities. This is different from living in the same city for 4 years, and so on and so forth. And if we talk about the digital higher school, depending on the ingredients we focus on, you will have a different product. If we talk about the skills, community, and friends, and I don't know, maybe impressions, then you will have a Minerva. If you do 4 or 5, it would be something different. It would be difficult to make 5 or 5, but depending on the elements you choose from them, you will have a different product. But my message is that it's good to use the approach of student journey map, customer journey map. We learn the best from the industry on the one hand. On the other hand, I think the online good camps have a disadvantage because there is no connection with the atom world. You do not meet. It's so great that we all have come to one place. I call this sort of wide with internet, something which wideband internet. This is something you cannot do with the Zoom because here we have interaction with all our sensors. I do not regret that I went to the university. I think that the higher education institution is an investment with an endless return because something you do after that is due to getting the knowledge, friends, and experience you have at the higher education institution. And I am sure that with this hybrid of the world of atoms and bits, it's better to take these elements from both worlds, and then we will have something interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Arman. 2 little presents. We will ask for small presents many times in this year. I came just today morning. I came from the meeting where we signed a contract to open the Heriot Ward in October, the oldest Scottish universities at the end of this year. And this is the 6th campus of Heriot Ward. And we have agreed that if a person enters Aktubing's Heriot Ward, our students will have a chance to go and have education in Edinburgh, Malaysian, and Dubai branches. We make a sort of Minerva in Kazakh style. This is strict improvisation. And the second present connected with Minerva, inshallah, we will have the next global campus of Minerva in Almaty. Our next expert, and he has a Latin name, a non-standard person, Aliya. She is working as advisor to the Minister of Information and Public Development. We admitted her to our ministry, and we should know that Aliya used to work for a long time in the system of education and science. Her first approaches to the international technical database. She was the first person at the ministry who was working in the sphere. After that, she worked as a counselor to Vice Prime Minister of our neighboring country, Uzbekistan, when she realized that Uzbekistan can be on top, above Kazakhstan. She decided to work with Kazakhstan further on. Thank you very much. I would like to emphasize that I am happy to be here. I am happy I know very well the projects you have implemented. Finally, the second day of the forum, we have the most interesting session about education. Currently, I am the counselor of the Ministry of Information and Public Development. Before that, many years ago, I brought the first notions of scopus to Kazakhstan, protection, defense, patents. I conducted a lot of workshops, seminars, and webinars. I have visited more than 700 universities, laboratories, and libraries in the last 7 years, including innovative parks and so on. First of all, being a girl born in Taldykurgan, Kazakhstan, I would like to make a contribution to development of my state. We have huge potential, of course, and what is happening in our country, it is really important. I see positive trends in all directions. First of all, this may sound weird. Pandemic has shown to us what is digitalization in school, preschool, higher education system, but being an expert in this field, I believe that is not correct. What we have implemented in our country, digitalization during pandemic, could have been implemented in a better way. I think Mr. Moderator would agree with that. We could have done it better, but it was sort of exprompt and force measure. We were not ready for that. That is why we made everything possible to implement that, and thanks to this process, just look how the higher education institutions are developing here in Kazakhstan. I would like to ask a question or to determine a trend for our discussion, because for me an important trend in the high school system development, this is lifelong schooling. Yes, thanks God. Now we have a lot of corporate universities, Savruk, Kazan, BI Group, and many other organizations who started investing into development of corporate education. But nevertheless, on the one hand, we have professionals who need to develop all the time. We have area professionals, even in our industry, at the Ministry of Education. I am prioritizing the continuous literacy and should be on the continuous basis. And we have society which should be trained and promoted all the time. I have a very interesting experience from Russia, from the US, how universities being leaders in the industry, like Sudpaev University, are dealing with trajectory of development and creation of lifelong learning for the whole society. I am sure absolutely that all problems in our society appear and will appear due to the lack of education. Less educated society has more issues. The more educated people we have in our society, women in the Mediterranean to live, sitting at home, the more conditions we create for inclusive society. In general, courses offered by the higher education institutions to create a concept from A to Z, the more developed our society will be. I think this is my main vision I would like to share with you today. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Aliya Ospanova, Counselor to the Minister of Information. Here, Aliya, I would like to tell you good news. We are examining in depth the experience of different countries. We met with the Minister of Education of Singapore, and Singapore is going away from the formal education, seriously goes to the continuous education. They don't call it lifelong learning. Every Singaporean person above 23 years old receives $500 per year for My Future Skills. This is a state-based program administered by the state authorities, and this $500 the citizen may spend to obtain a certain skills from the Bank of Skills required by the economy of Singapore, with authorized set of providers who can provide the education and certify the citizen. After spending $500, he will get other $500 the next year. If he is not using them, they will disappear. So step by step, they go away from the formal education to the continued education. We launched last year a small pilot, interesting one pilot. It is called Silver University in several universities, Kokshetau, Shokan Valikhanov University. We're using the digitalization. Kokshetau was the first to pilot it. Why Silver? The citizens of the pension age, retirement age, they can come and get a certain skill, not just reading the lectures, but obtaining a skill like creation of websites, copywriting, and so on and so forth. About 2,000 people are busy with these courses, getting their education. This pilot was quite successful. Satpayev University has started Silver University. 73 higher education institutions open up Silver Universities. Now we call it the third mission of universities. So the first mission is educational, second scientific and research, and the third is social, is to help the community where the university is located to solve its problems. The higher education institution becomes a source of social engineering for the local communities. We are pushing our educational institutions towards that. I would like to give the floor to Timur Bakibayev. Timur is a professor of Almayu University. Apart from that, we have a successful, by the way, today, most ventures were awarded as accelerating incubator and fund. It was awarded by the Prime Minister, if I'm not mistaken, not of Russia, but it is also interesting that Timur is the head of the Most Academy. So please share your opinion if we are going in the right direction. I guess I will start with criticism a little bit. There are two big problems with all this digital education. The first one is motivation, and second is test or control. Motivation and control, these are the two main points. I think that we lose a lot in motivation, and without motivation, everything we do in online, a child would never learn, a student will never learn if there is no motivation, no matter what courses we have, MIT or whatever else. The students are not learning. I used to teach at many universities in France, in Germany, in Azerbaijan, in Kazakhstan, in several higher education institutions, and I see that students, they are not motivated. For example, German students, they are not much different from our Kazakhstani students. They don't want to learn. And when everything goes to online, they want to learn even less. This is the problem, in fact, and I think that everything is useless if there is no motivation. And 4 years of programming school, I can compare students from the universities and private schools. In the private schools, it's much easier because people come with the motivation there. They know what they want to learn, they know why, and therefore success is higher, at a higher level. This is the reality. I don't want to underestimate the university's importance. I agree with Armand, this is a must-have, but the problem of motivation is that, first of all, this is the challenge to be tackled. As for control, couple of words I'd like to add. When I was in Germany, I have the experience during pandemic. There was a problem to control online tests when they passed the exams. The problem was that if in Kazakhstan we launched some proctoring systems, it was forbidden in Germany. Microphones and cameras could not be used at home. It was forbidden by the law, and they did not know how to do that. They used masks, sitting in 4 tables, distance to each other. They could not find solution to that problem, and in general, my children went to school there, and they all were recommended to learn this same year once again. I would like to recommend coding game resource. There is a map there. You can develop there starting from the middle, and you start developing in a certain direction, choosing AI algorithm, GMDF, or something else. This is more about IT, but you can look at it as an example through the gamification. In general, that's it. I think motivation is the main thing. Thank you, Timur. Timur, let's give him a round of applause. Timur has touched upon 2 important issues, not for Kazakhstan universities only, but globally. We analyze the courses which during the pandemic provided the courses for free to the Ministry of Labor. More than 2,000 people completed the courses to the end. Motivation is number 1, you are right. So the courses we are going to provide, they will be credited. If you complete, you can get a credit for the complete course if you finish it. This is an effort to motivate our students that you can build a academic credit history for yourself. We are thinking of different tools, how to motivate people to use the resources we provide to them. The second problem is assessment. It is even more difficult because our respected Minister of Education, Kyrgyzstan, raised the question of artificial intellect and others. The speed these new algorithms start pushing the educational system is incredible. Within few months, a huge number of universities faces a problem that the system built during thousands of years, the system for assessment in the form of individual work and so on and so forth, it is failing now, and the professor is getting an ideal text without grammar mistakes, with ideal structure, and the whole class provides 50 ideal tests. If we think about this problem in more depth, the key problem, the key task of the educational system is not only to provide data, but also to confirm receipt of these data, to confirm that the knowledge is acquired. And for the employer, it becomes the key challenge in the educational scheme.
Because there are a lot of complaints for employers, especially as far as higher education is concerned. Formal education that was confirmed by some kind of papers or diplomas saying that a certain number of hours this graduate sort of attended, and then he receives a piece of paper saying that such and such student has attended such number of lectures, etc., etc. So that doesn't work. And Google Learning Certificate, Microsoft Learning Certificate, LinkedIn Learning Certificate, all these things are now done at the supranational level. So this is to make sure that you get a proper result, sort of a more predictable result and confirmation of your knowledge and qualifications. So the traditional educational system is now under threat. The assessment system that we have had for so many centuries is now compromised in the eyes of the employer, first of all, who is our main customer. And this, I think, is now one of the major problems that we face. We haven't started this discussion in Kazakhstan. I went to the US some time ago. The Harvard University, MIT, they all see this as a challenge. MIT are now writing algorithms that recognizes texts to make this assessment work done by lecturers easier. They start using other mechanisms. Admission offices all over the world were told to get rid of SAT, which was always a effective instrument. So the academic community is now at a loss. In Kazakhstan, we haven't even started thinking about this. At the ministry, we do understand this is a problem, but everybody else, they are clueless as to what is going on. And what is scary is the speed at which these new things sort of are putting pressure on the assessment system and on the educational system as a whole. So, Mira, I will pass the floor to you. Thank you for actually raising this problem, Timur. But I gained 15 kilos because I haven't been able to sleep, and I don't know with whom to discuss this problem. So I would like to ask each of our experts to offer their own solution. So we'll have a very brief brainstorming session of sorts. Miram, well, motivation. I think I was lucky to enter into a university which enrolled students from regions mainly, and our students spent 2 years learning online, and so they entered into sort of this university. They actually don't want to leave it, and they're really motivated. We had this experiment last year. Our students, second year, third year students, were to undergo some on-the-job training. And, for example, geologists, hydrogeologists, they needed to go to remote areas and live in sort of camps and to be vaccinated before they do that. So that was a problem. But I went and visited them on these locations. They were so passionate, they didn't want to go back to the university. So now, after this on-the-job training, they're really motivated to continue their studies and learn further. And GPT, this is a nightmare that I've been having for the past 2 weeks. So what are we supposed to do? As an alternative, what can we offer? And suddenly I remembered that a year and a half ago, and by the way, for more than 45 years, I've been working in this educational sphere. And when I met geologists and hydrogeologists and listened to them, you won't believe this. I myself wanted to become a geologist or a hydrogeologist because they were so passionate. And so this is a challenge for our universities. We need to motivate students in a different way. We need to become that place where they get motivated differently. And then I think our students will finally become motivated and will be really looking forward to their studies at the universities. Alia, what are we going to do? Well, so far, especially with the GPT chat, well, so far I've been sleeping quite well. But what AI is doing right now is very important because it is changing the development concept for the whole world. But I would like to go through 2 cases, very interesting cases. I spoke to a professor once, and he said to me, Aliya, AI is more for IT professions, for programmers, for those people. AI will not work in history, oil and gas, geography, etc. But I think that this is not correct, because today AI overall and digitalization, the tech industry, is everywhere in all industries. And if we are able to interpret this correctly, then we'll be better off. And so, again, returning to your motivation question, if you are able to, I don't know, have a theory-based lesson while on your way to the university, you will save your time. So before you go to sleep, you will open an application on the platform of the ministry. Because online education is not just one head talking head, it's learning management system platforms, and they allow you to have this proper online learning experience. So when we learn how to interpret all that, we'll be successful. AI and other things, they're not only about IT, geography and other subjects. Each and every subject need to understand that they must be digitalized correctly. And then if we do that, then we will have this motivation, because people will see that thanks to digital education, they will be able to save a lot of time in terms of the number of hours they spend on lectures. Well, the GBT chat, obviously, this is something we must mention, all of us. Well, the GBT chat, obviously, for IT schools, it's a minus, but IT schools mainly offer mentorship. And GPT chat can be used as a mentor and as a lecturer, as an assistant, as anybody. You can send your questions in any form. I mean, any problem that a student has with any subject, this chatbot will answer all such questions. I think it's even better than video lectures. Well, but this thing also writes essays for you and writes books. It does everything. There is this book on Amazon written by the chat, and the price is $9. I actually bought this book. But we're talking about values now. I mean, I do have this powerful instrument, so if I use it, will I mislead my lecturer? Well, as for the lecturer, we have this instrument, we wrote it. So it makes the student work independently. I mean, there is a text, and then there is a question. For example, how can you have the whole world on your screen? And so the student should complete this task, press buttons, and you are not able to cut and paste anything. So the student has to write everything themselves. But if they forget about something, then the system sort of reminds them. And you just have to complete this task. It's impossible to mislead the system. You have your answer inside. You don't have to go to OpenAI, because it'll provide you with prompts if the student is making mistakes. So together with my students, we sort of had this experimental class, and at the beginning the students complained. They said they didn't want to do that. They were making them to type up some text programs, but those who start programming, they get rid of their fear, because under this dictation they type up lots of texts and programs, and they lose this fear. But nobody will write anything instead of you. No chat, no friend. I mean, if buttons are pressed automatically, I think this is nonsense. I mean, tasks should be sort of formed that way that you cannot do any cut and paste. We met with the leadership of Meta recently. George, you mean Zuckerberg himself? No, George. So they said the same thing that you said. AI will always be there. Instagram is now sort of managed by AI, other social media networks. But the human sort of is not cancelled. People should be able to control these mechanisms, and I agree with you. We need how to learn to do that. Arman, you had the most time. to think about your answer. Well, my answer consists of two parts. About the elephant in the room, first of all, GBT, transformers and everything that's happening right now. And I also have a little idea that will maybe help our universities. About GBT, unexpectedly, we thought that robots will substitute blue-collar people, but we have the opposite. Actually, they substituted white-collar people, most creative, actually, professions, drawing, etc., etc. This was unexpected. But as for manual labor, and if we look at what Boston Robotics are doing, I mean, we are far, far away from them. But let's take a look at what the most ambitious people are doing. I don't know, Nat Friedman and many other people, or John Carman, who left Facebook recently. All of them are working with agile AI or AGI. That means that after that, the humankind won't have to create anything else. In other words, what we are seeing right now, GPT Chat 3, and then the 4th version will come out this year. Maybe in some years' time we'll finally transition to AGI. But then we will not need universities and all of us will be unemployed. Well, when people ask about OpenAI, they say, do you have a business model? How are you going to earn money? You have $10 to $12 billion raised, so you'll monetize through API sales. He says, we'll create AGI, and then we'll ask it how to monetize our company. This is pure genius. So he said, when we create AGI, we will ask him to create a trillion company. So if AGI creates that company, how are we going to handle our equity? I mean, shares in the capital, how will they be distributed? And I think leading countries over the world, China, the US, will now be competing. I mean, who will create AGI first? And to do that, you need access to energy. You need a large number of computers with a large amount of data. For that, you need power, energy. And those people who will be able to do nuclear fusion, it's a popular energy creation method now. They're trying to simulate sort of what is going on the sun. On the Earth, they say that will be even sort of more interesting than solar energy. I mean, it's an interesting idea, it's an interesting competition, and we shouldn't lag too much behind. And the second point relates to the following. When we are talking about the digital university, I got enrolled in all sorts of online courses. Back in the fall of 2011, I enrolled into Introduction to AI course, and I didn't graduate. And I made a lot of effort, but I didn't graduate any single course, online course I was enrolled in. And so perhaps we could do the following for our universities. When we have pre-recorded lectures, we should obligate our students to watch them at the same time in the presence of TAs. And that way we'll give people the right to watch this at the time which is convenient for them. So they will watch this Harvard lecture at 7 p.m. in the presence of two mentors that will be able to answer questions in real time. So this tweak, I think, will enable us to increase the percentage of students that will actually graduate. I mean, hopefully this little idea perhaps will interest you. Well, we've been trying to do that for 800 years. We sort of make sure that everybody sits together, and then we make them to watch and listen one person, right? Timur, over to you. I'll just add a few words. When a course is available all the time, nobody watches it. And it's a huge problem. For example, if it's an online course and students know that it'll be pre-recorded and they will be able to watch it later, they will not attend this lecture and they don't watch recordings. So this problem relates to the problem of availability and accessibility. Sometimes I say to my students, this lecture will not be recorded, so please, if you want to attend, be my guest. And we experimented with the Pavlodar University, actually. So we recorded lectures and then made them available at a certain points of time, and that worked great. And a larger number of students actually watched those lectures because they knew that that lecture would be made available only at a certain point, at a certain time, and that also actually was very helpful. I think I do not agree, if I'm being honest, with my colleagues. Perhaps this is our Kazakh mentality. We need to be together at a certain point of time in a room. I think we need to be more flexible. I think people should be able to watch and listen to this lecture at 1 a.m. at the time that is convenient for them, at a location that is convenient for them. They need to have access to this continuous education. But motivation, obviously, is a completely different issue. Please do not open your lectures at 1 a.m. I'm joking, obviously. So look at how our discussion has evolved. We started from one thing and then went all the way through to AI. But the problem, dear colleagues, is in the interest. The educational system is now competing with large industries, entertainment industry, social medias, etc. This documentary called Social Dilemma actually demonstrates this terrible war in which we're all fighting for people's attention. And right now, actually, we're also competing. And now I'm seeing that those for whom we're actually working are not present in here, because those people are located in the other room. And so now, dear friends, we are entering into an era in which everybody will not be competing for infrastructure or content, but everybody will be competing for the attention of our students so that they pay a little bit of their attention to us, so that our content is useful to them. I mean, accessibility is not an issue anymore. I mean, you can say, well, my lecture will be open only at such and such time. Well, you can always use YouTube and then watch those lectures. And then the campus can be open for 24 hours a day. The question is, how can we create an environment that is interesting for students so that they find this environment useful and so that they will want to visit this environment more often. So we are now having a second type of competition, physical competition between physical and virtual realities. So there are people who physically came here, and then there are people who joined us online, but then there is a large number of people who will go to somewhere else. And so we are having this another type of competition. So that relates to purely virtual content, not physical content. Now companies are entering into this meta-education sphere. And thanks to Microsoft, we signed a very interesting agreement. Microsoft is contributing a lot into education. They have a huge team, one of the largest divisions they have in Microsoft on education. And they really sort of believed in our transformation of education concept. And Microsoft will provide us with a whole team of consultants on meta education. And so today, Microsoft is one of the leading providers in this area, and we'll have a huge audit very, very soon as to how to move some of our laboratory works into Meta. The Korean Institute of Science and Technology, 70% of all their laboratory works have been transferred to Meta. Costs went down, and most interestingly, student motivation is higher. When they complete their laboratory experiments, they do that, in meta, not in physical laboratories. So this interesting competition is already underway in a non-physical environment.
Therefore, we have a personal request from my side. The ministry is really limited in its resources, intellectual, organizational, staff resources. If you really are concerned of the future of our country, as Aliyah said, if all the problems are connected with education, I would quote Platon, education is expensive, but ignorance is even worse. We cannot afford ourselves ignorance. If you are at least a little bit concerned about our educational system, our ministry is open to any ideas, recommendations, proposals, assistance. If somebody wants to be a part of the team of the ministry, you are welcome. We have created a separate subdivision delivery unit of the ministry because we cannot deliver anything else. We can simply write, communicate, and this delivery unit will have a separate status, special status, where we will invite the people who want to make changes, fast changes. We see that changes are too fast. We are not able to follow the changes. We have 2-3 months ago we have challenges and we physically are not able to meet them. Therefore, with these optimistic expectations, we are entering the new amazing world. Our generation maybe will see during our life incredible transformations. We'll feel the shock, the horror of the future. It will feel admiration of those huge changes. We'll see the huge scientific and technical revolution. We are very close to it. In the next 5, 7, 10 years, we will see these huge changes, charges prototype, thermonuclear reactor and so on. Then we will tell how $1 trillion can be earned, and the guys from other planets will disappear because we will say that it is useless to communicate with the people living on the earth. And we should not get into the third category of countries, as I call it, because they will be so much far away from us with such a delay. They will have no intellectual, organizational resource potential to stick to the new markets, to the new chains of added values which are being generated in the energy and power sector, agriculture, biomedicine, artificial organs, and artificial meat. We need to stay at least in the second category of countries to have the sufficient minimum intellectual potential to fit these new markets and value-added chains, and to have a task to be the first category of countries which create new technologies, which have more tasks for the future cycles, for the next changes. But now we have a critical task to survive, to stay at the bottom of the second and third category, because if we not concentrate right now, if we're not rebuilding our educational system and applied science, first of all, we are getting back to the third category. We cannot afford that. Please help us to help everyone to stay at least in the second category. Thank you very much for your attention.
Бұл соңғы панельдік сессия болды. Бүгін бізбен бірге болғандарыңыз үшін рахмет. Мұнда айтылған барлық мәселелер шешімін табады, ал шешімдер өз кезегінде инновациялық жобаларға айналады және оң нәтижелерге әкеледі деп үміттенеміз. This was the final panel session. Thank you for joining us today. We hope that all the issues raised here will be resolved and the solutions will turn into innovative projects and lead to positive results. Это была завершающая панельная сессия. Спасибо, что были с нами сегодня. Надеемся, что все озвученные здесь вопросы найдут решение, а решения, в свою очередь, превратятся в инновационные проекты и приведут к положительным результатам.